Good morning, everyone. I welcome all of you for today's session. I hope all of you are doing well and everything has been well received that has been taught so far. Also, I hope that whatever has been explained, it has been perceivable for all of you. You have been able to connect with what the ideas have been associated with. Did you go through the question answer that I had shared with all of you? Two things which were given as homework. So two questions, one was related to Tagore, second was related to Gandhi, and other than the two questions that were provided to you, there was something provided with respect to we can say Aristotle's idea of justice. Substantiating upon his idea of justice, I also gave a bit of comparison between Aristotle's idea of justice and how it is different from Plato's idea of justice. So did you go through the material? Yeah, was it easy to understand? Was it easy to perceive when you went through? Because I said it's just a quick reading. If you just give a quick reading, you'll be able to understand. All right. So Pratham and Sonia and Ilma and Dhanalakshmi, Moina, all of you were able to connect with it, right? That's what I was saying. That one quick reading and you will be able to build your basic perception related to it. And content is essential. Content is very, very important. That's why we need to go through what is there. So I'm glad that all of you could connect with the material that was given as homework, because I told you it's just like one quick shot and you just know it. So that's what. Again, I hope that other than the material that was given as homework, all of you also reflected upon the segment pertaining to so Aristotle's justice was Satyam, when we are talking about Aristotle's idea of justice, there is a specific diagram that you can take down with respect to his idea of justice. Basically, if we are reflecting upon what he had substantiated, so ethics notes also have provided yeah, this is the notes. Okay. And with respect to this, I will also substantiate certain other insights that has been worked upon. So, yeah, here is him. So, when we are speaking of Aristotle, okay, and when we are discussing about Aristotle's perception pertaining to the component of justice, okay, we can connect it with. Now, I'll just open his idea pertaining to justice. Yeah. So, see, when you were asking that, ma'am, just briefly, if we can speak of his idea of justice. So, first and foremost, he is saying that the component of justice, when we say justice in a narrow sense, it implies with respect to equality. Like when you are getting into any kind of we can say legal arrangement that is associated with finding out that equal treatment has been rendered, that will be the narrow meaning of justice. Okay. And rather than considering it arithmetical means for the sake of punishing a person for committing murder, there is similarity of crime. There cannot be a similarity of crime because the intention behind murdering can be different. One is an intentional purpose to cause harm, another is maybe in self defense. So you cannot pass the same judgment. That's why arithmetical precision cannot be there in justice. Probably, Satyam, you wanted to know this aspect, right? And rather it is proportional. When we speak of it, there are three subdimensions. So distributive, corrective, and reciprocal when we speak of it. So distributive, corrective, and reciprocal, but not all justice has to do with equality or proportionality. Then he broadens the concept. He discusses with respect to this the broader concept of justice, that it is lawfulness. And lawfulness means it does not mean only legal. It is like associated with being rule bound, regulation bound, custom bound. Okay. And lawfulness has also to deal with, when we are seeing over here, as it has been shared with all of you, that Aristotle thinks that merely obeying whatever those in power say is always just, like sounds like Thrasymachus, because Thrasymachus also spoke of this given same statement, then obeying the letter of the written law is all there is to justice. And though all laws are always just, that is not always the case. So he's like basically saying that we have to listen to people who are in power, we have to obey to people in in power, rather than merely following the written laws per se, because it's not always in all situations that laws can be justified. So first of all, there is an example, a case which you can reflect, that think about the fact that the meaning of the term which is translated as law in Aristotle is nomos, because we today use the term law, but law was not the term that was used earlier. Okay, it was referred as nomos, which means more than legal laws. And when we are saying more than legal laws, customs will also be a part of it, thought processes, standard thought processes will also be a part of it, community norms will be a part of it. Okay, so Aristotle would not refer the term nomos as law, to be specific, but it will be definitely in specific situation it can be treated as a law, it can be considered as a decree. Okay, if we can speak of it. And he believed that the tyrants rule by decree, they don't have any law, because law has a sense of, we can say, uh, perennial sense of justice, whereas when there is a like we can say an authoritative or autocratic regime that is existing, that is something which all of us can connect with, the possibility of decree. So such a ruler does not follow law per se, the person follows decree. So Creon, if we are speaking of him, so Creon's edict in the Antigone is thus not a law according to Aristotle. It might, however, be an accord with a law. Okay, and it is like we can consider that traitors were generally not allowed a public burial. Anyone who had gone against the state, the rule of law, such people were not even allowed public burial. And Aristotle held that being lawful is involving the interpretation of laws as legislators intended. In other words, in the letter of law, means as the decree goes, as the like explanation of it in letter goes. So that is something, it should be jettisoned. Jettisoned means when two things are placed together, when it becomes clear, and when you are able to understand and get the very possibility of what it implies, it is the legislators would not apply the law in a certain way, means it is only specific to situations that you are interpreting the specific degree, and you are exercising it when we are talking about this given possibility. Again, a decree is something which is associated with autocrats who are it's more like coercive in nature, you have to follow, you cannot skip it. Okay, as simple as that. So it's not open to, in a way, also to interpretation. It's because laws are open to interpretation, because laws have that sense of justice, that sense of openness to interpretation. But when we speak of decree, that's something associated with what we are living or experiencing per se. Anyway, so for example, we can say that suppose that using a metal object is a crime, were punishable according to the law by a greater punishment than using a wooden one. So if you are using for a crime scene a wooden object than a metal object, so with a metal object you can be punished, because the intention would be to punish the use of knives, swords, these kind of weapons, rather than clubs, canes, if someone is using a wooden weapon. Okay, and the wooden weapons, rather than the use of wedding rings versus the use of multiple large impaling wooden stakes, because wooden stakes will be more harmful, and if there is a wedding ring involved which is a metal, it is not harmful at all. So when it was said that if metal is involved it is more punishable, and if wood is involved it is less punishable, the intention was clear that it was associated with weapons and not all items which can be of metal. So that's why Aristotle, you can see, he is rejecting Plato, because he believes that the idea of justice is necessarily exhibited by action. Okay, if you remember, Plato's idea of justice was coming from courage, fortitude, if you remember, right? The philosopher king was based on logic, army was based on courage or fortitude, and common citizens were based on temperance, that is self control of one's desire. and the combination of three led to justice. So justice was the fourth virtue. The four virtues, if you can remember, of Plato. Now connect it with Aristotle's idea of justice. So he is saying that justice is necessitated by action, and it is associated with interpersonal relation when we speak of it. So Plato held that justice is an intrapersonal phenomenon. It is happening within you when you are able to balance all the elements, the element of logic, courage, like self control or temperance. It is then that you are able to exercise justice. So it's an intrapersonal phenomena. Whereas Aristotle said that one must involve oneself in one's city affairs to be fully just. If you're understanding what's happening in your city, why is it happening, what ought to happen, it is then that you are exercising justice. Whereas Plato held that philosophers in most cities must withdraw from public affairs. They should not engage in the public affairs in order for justice to prevail. And Aristotle said that, like, improving imperfect systems by the philosophers was justified. So they should get involved. You can see the difference between their opinions. And Plato held that such imperfect systems would only corrupt and victimize those who engage in them. So he believed that if a philosopher is getting engaged, that will the philosopher shall also have a corrupt conscience or get victimized by it. So it's better that a philosopher stays away from that possibility. Again, further I have substantiated that Aristotle's method of defining justice is by the mean of opposites. Okay, he determines what injustice is consisting of. So he argued that opposite, when we are talking about it, opposite is just, and this procedure works well in the sort of opposites when we are working with justice. Okay, so first, if you understand the idea of equality, you do understand what is the idea of inequality. That is what his sense of opposites imply. Okay, so equality, the part has to do with not grasping for more than what is fair. Means if you are taking more than your share, you are not exercising equality, then you are exercising injustice to others. Okay, so that's what is given over here. So the just person wants their fair share. Okay, a justified person will always want his or her fair share. That whatever is my fair share, that is what I should receive or gain, not more, not less. And so it that fits with Aristotle's contention that virtues are means between extremes. Means when we are talking about being virtuous, if you remember his golden mean, so the principle of golden mean was what it was. We can consider between two extremes, like lies the virtuous behavior, and when you are able to exercise that virtuous behavior, it's then that you are having a justified behavior. And Plato's argument, when we talk about virtue, virtue was associated with what? The four principles, that was what virtue was associated with. That is, once again, if I speak of it, logic, fortitude or courage, temperance, and then justice. That was something which was leading to the idea of virtuous behavior. So you can just sense, like Satyam, that what is the difference between the idea of justice in both cases, and how, like, Aristotle is explaining his perception pertaining to the idea of justice. I hope you are getting something, like some clarity associated with it. So, yeah, all right, fine. Yes, yes, yes. So, according to Aristotle, even if sedition law is unjust, but one has to follow. I mean, if it is like as a decree by the king, that's why you see Alexander was such an autocratic leader, and everything that Alexander did was not justified. And that's why there should be a question, a moral question inside you, that how come a thinker like Plato had a student like a thinker like Aristotle had a student like Alexander. That should have been there. And you can see that Alexander became his disciple at a very young age, 13 years or so, right? So, like, the master and the perceptions of, like, we can say, the mentor impacts the mentee. So, all right, so you can just like explore the possibilities. It is expected from all of you, but I believe that when you notice the question and answer which I had given yesterday pertaining to Tagore, pertaining to like Mahatma Gandhi, I hope all of you could connect with it, and you could like establish clarity with respect to the basic concepts. I hope that's done, right? So Yes, you can consider that also, but it was not borrowed from USSR. It was just the reverse when we speak of it. USSR borrowed that idea. All right. So can we say Pluto's idea is different from Pluto or Plato? I mean, Pluto I know from like Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck series. So you have to understand it's not Pluto, it's Plato. So Plato's idea is different from Aristotle. Oh my God, it's like definitely yes. That is what I'm trying to explain since then. You'll have to memorize it. That what is the difference? There has been specific subdimension given with respect to it. Now, as we head to the next subdimension, that is, we can think of Epicurus, Epicureanism. So Epicurus, the thinker, here a little quotation is also given that if God listened to the prayers of men, all men would quickly have perished, for they are forever praying for evil against one another. Right? So that's a very thought provoking possibility that if God was always listening to prayers, all people would have perished, because there are people who are constantly praying to devastate the other, like, cause damage to the other when we are speaking of it. So when we are speaking of Epicureanism, we need to understand that like you know Epicurus, he was uh, like we can consider he was followed by a lot of followers even 6 centuries later. Today also we think of him. You can understand that there is no significant change with respect to the doctrines that he had proposed. So when he was discussing Epicurus, when he was discussing about the idea of happiness, the idea of tranquility or peace, when Epicurus was discussing about the idea of freedom, you can realize that it is even today quite exhaustive, and it is quite meaningful in terms of how we are witnessing our present world. Okay, so when we are speaking of this given dimension associated with Epicurus, we need to understand that there has to be some kind of self sufficiency surrounding in our lives, and that self sufficiency comes from friends. Having good friends creates self sufficiency in an individual's life. That's what Epicurus says. Probably my parents would have not agreed with it at all stages of my life. Yeah, so that is something which we can consider anyway. So Epicurus, when we speak of it, if this statement in exam comes, how can we explain it? So first and foremost, you can see that if God listens to the prayers of men, all men would have quickly perished. I mean, this is what. So if all prayers were answered, everyone would have died. Why? For also means because. Those students who have who don't have that clarity in grammar, they need to develop their vocabulary accordingly. So for, when it comes in time and tense, like for and since, it is related to like connecting with the idea of time. But when for comes as a connector, like connecting the sentences, the meaning of it is because. So because they are forever praying for evil against one another. So if God would have answered the prayers, okay, then it would have led to death of all. Why? Because people are praying like for evil, means wrong should happen against one another, to each other. Okay, so when they are praying for harm for each other, and if God would have answered all those prayers, and if that harm would have like unfolded, then in that situation everyone would have died. That's what Epicurus has said. So I hope you can connect with that. So you are saying pure English. So, Kashish, why should I not speak in pure English? Why should I speak in like some other language? Why should I speak in incorrect English? I mean, should it not be that you should develop some understanding related to pure English? Because why to have incorrect understanding of English? And why not to condemn the past which has injected incorrect or impure English in your system, right? So, why not to get exposed to a good quality English? I mean, if someone is struggling with for, the meaning of the word for, and saying that, oh, it's pure English, no, this is not pure English. Absence of this knowledge is pathetic understanding of English grammar from the past, and the schooling has to be held responsible. Some, to a certain extent, the teachers of the past have to be held responsible for it. The term for is used in CSAT comprehension. If I speak of it in last 10 years, thrice the CSAT comprehension uses this. You can start with 2011 CSAT comprehension, when there is a passage associated with Jawaharlal Nehru's discovery of India, whereby there is whereby there is a passage associated with like how individuals who are under the foreign domination, or even those countries which are not under foreign domination, if people are living under poverty, extreme form of poverty, how it makes them otherworldly. And when people become otherworldly, and then the sentence is written, people living in any country, any and every country, who are poor to some extent, they become otherworldly, for this world is evidently not meant for them. I'm exactly quoting the sentence from UPSC CSAT exam. Okay, 2011 means a decade back, the level that was expected the moment UPSC started with CSAT comprehension. So if someone is unable to understand the word for and calling it pure English, you all need to understand that this is not pure English, this is just basic standard of English that every student should have. Develop it, it is essential. All right. So, can we say Plato believed in the concept had a universal form and ideal form, which led to his idealistic philosophy? Virtue ethicist is what Plato is. We had discussed. He believed in universal forms were not necessary, attached to each object, and the concept and each instance and object had to be analyzed on its own. Yeah, despite that, he had also, this is true, like Rahul, despite that, he had come up with a structure with respect to classification of justice or types of justice, if we speak of it. Okay, so show lack of sympathy among people is immorality and increasing in society. Yes, a little bit of view from the above statement, because I think people pray for the material things. No, not necessary. Ilma, you can speak for yourself that people pray for material things. I mean, all those people, like let's say, like leaders who speak for, like let us say, if Putin is asking for like success in the war, and at the same time Ukraine is also asking for success in war, and Israel is also asking for success in war, and Palestine is also asking for success in war, and terrorists and separatists are asking for success, and army men are asking for success. So keep like elaborating upon it, Ilma. So your reality is not the world's reality. I want UPSC, so that is the reality for the world. No, not really. The world is too big to have its aspirations. Henceforth, when Ilma, you're saying that, but people are only praying for material objects. No, there can be people who are not praying for anything. I don't pray for anything, but I do meditate. I do pray, and for hours together. Okay. So then, if I start connecting with my worldview that, oh, people don't pray for anything, it is finally like, release from all forms of unfreedoms that we are suffering from, is the true prayer. If I try to define this version for everyone, majority of them might not even have this thought. So, my view is not worldview. You need to understand that, right? Ilma, I hope you're understanding that how faulty the idea can go if we are talking about it. How to improve like English through newspaper, SME, please talk about it, because we are not here for language classes per se. I can speak a lot about it, but then who will teach the content? So please tell about Aristotle and Plato's idea of justice in a wholesome manner. Snehlata, I was explaining it just 10 15 minutes back, on a high side, and 10 minutes, as far as I can recall, on a high side 15 minutes. If you joined the session late, I'm sorry, please read the notes. You'll get an idea. It's very simplistic. It is given with respect to both of them. And you can briefly recall the idea. Like Aristotle's idea of justice is given, and Plato, I had discussed yesterday, that his idea of justice was coming from having logic, having courage, and along with that, having temperance. When you control your material desires, club the three, and that leads to the idea of justice. That's what Plato had spoken of. With repetition, revision, your memory will enhance. When memory enhances, the way like without any effort, I spoke of Plato's idea of justice, in the similar manner, you will be able to think and write it. So get away with the gaps of revision. Once you're thorough, you will be able to produce that. Okay. So, what example, ma'am? Such link from reality. I hope, Mona Lisa, you can connect it with this given quotation when I connected it with reality, like Russian, Ukrainian reality, and Palestinian reality, and reality of various armies and separatists and terrorists. I hope you could connect with it. Yeah. um, okay. Now, just go through it. Plato's idea, justice idea, is self-oriented as opposed to Aristotle's idea of justice, which is community-oriented. Yes, Sachin, very good. That's why the statement is given in the notes, which I had explained a few minutes back, that Plato's idea of justice is intrapersonal. Intrapersonal means you have the idea of justice from within, whereas Aristotle's idea of justice is coming from the idea of law, but not exactly law, because it is actually, if we reflect upon the word, it's nomos, and nomos is not only law. It is associated with customs. It is associated with what the king is willing, and what the king can will maybe not the idea of law or rules and regulations only. It can also be associated with some coercive implication of law, and that will be associated more with decree rather than law. Okay, so that's why the idea of justice with respect to Aristotle is interpersonal. It is like between communities, and the king is the one who's determining it. The norms are the one which are determining it, whereas Plato's idea of justice is intrapersonal. It is within an individual. When the individual is able to exercise courage, be logical, control one's desires, it is then that the person can arrive at the idea of justice, right? So we can speak of this given possibility, right? So every day we will study Western thinkers and philosophers. Manoj, were you present yesterday towards the last 45 to 50 minutes? If you were present yesterday, then like you would have like gone through the Indian philosophers and thinkers, and some homework was also given. So it was expected from you to read it and complete it. All right, first thing. Second thing, Western philosophers and thinkers, if you don't read, you get full-fledged questions. How will you respond to it? Huh? So a basic idea of it is necessary, no? Can we say idea of Plato refers to ethical and Aristotle's idea refers to moral? Can we consider it vice versa, Rahul? Yeah, when we are speaking of it. So Plato's idea will be connected to the moral existence because it's intrapersonal. Morality is intrapersonal, and something pertaining to society is ethical, right? uh yeah, now, rather than like you picking statements from what is Aristotle's idea and Plato's idea, I've explained it. I've provided you the notes. Okay, now SME, please support the students with their one sentence questions, whereby they just need approval. Yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, no. So please help me with that so that I can move ahead with Epicurus. We had started with it. Okay, so let us just get into Epicureanism, and let us substantiate what Epicurus said and how it is helping our idea of, we can say, building our insights or content pertaining to what we can um, reflect upon. Please be very thorough with this topic, because remove the thinker, keep the idea, it will be helpful also for essay. Like today, only in the daytime, I have a discussion with yet another batch pertaining to essay. Those students are writing mains. Okay, so some handful of students who are writing mains, I will be taking that session today in the afternoon with them. So there are like, I just like created a list of questions associated with what like has to be discussed. And if you actually see the list of questions, and because you people have not done essay, you will be doing essay like soon. So only when you are getting exposed to the ideas and insights of essay, that you'll realize how important it is to know Western philosophers and thinkers, moral philosophers and thinkers in general, how important it is to be thorough with the initial few chapters of ethics. If you are really not thorough, writing profound essays, reflective essays will become tough. So it is thoroughly advisable that please get into the, I would say, game of like being thorough with these thinkers, and not thinking that, oh my god, so many thinkers are there, because these are the thinkers who are fixing your basic ideals, reflection associated with various topics, perceptions which needs to be built, and like created for some kind of moral inquiry towards your own self and the world while you're writing the essay as well. Okay, so get into that mood. This is something which I would speak of. So I was speaking of Epicurus. When I was discussing about Epicurus, we all can connect with this given subsegment, that Epicurus, okay, when we are speaking of it, he is the person who is like reflecting upon philosophy, and he is saying that what is he's discussing, what is the idea of happiness, peace or tranquility. Okay, what is the idea of freedom, and how individuals can live in a life which is free from any kind of pain. So in this, he when he's suggesting, he's saying that self-sufficiency occurs, peace and freedom occurs when we are somewhere living, or we are surrounded by right kind of friends. Okay, and then he is also talking about the idea of pleasure and pain, like associated with what is good and what is evil. The idea of good and evil is something which he said can help us identify that what is something which we should aspire for as good for us, and something which is evil for us. And in the process, he discussed that how, when we are reflecting upon all these possibilities, how that is something which is helping us to arrive at, like we can say, insights or perceptions pertaining to the infinite universe, and also we can say associated with, like, different patterns of interaction that is taking place between, like, between, we can say, things and people. All of it is shaping our reality, all of it is shaping the events happening in the world. Okay, so first and foremost, when he's talking about happiness as pleasure, so he is saying that, probably I can quote him, that will be great for all of you to connect with. So he said that pleasure is our first and kindred good. It is the starting point of every choice, as much as we make feeling the rule by which to judge of every good thing. So generally, our idea of judging whether a thing is good for us or not, it generally emerges from the idea of pleasure principle, isn't it? We always ask ourselves that, like, will it generate happiness? Will it be like creating happiness for us or not? Now, with respect to this given idea, my question to all of you is, okay, as you are reflecting upon the same, um uh, just give me this insight, give me this perception, like this is what I would ask from all of you, that when we are speaking of the idea of happiness, can you recall this idea of happiness, that happiness is the ultimate goal? Who spoke of it? Anything that we reflect upon, anything that we are discussing upon with respect to the idea of happiness, whatever the question we may raise associated with our like day to day life, it ultimately guides us towards happiness. So when we keep asking a lot of questions, that what is happiness, when we keep asking why we are doing in like something, why we are guided by something, like we are associated with the idea of happiness. When we keep asking, like for example, why are we gymming? I gave you this example also. Why are we gymming? Okay, now I have like a lot of students like giving different types of ideas. Yes, Plato's idea of why, when Plato went with the idea of why, that we have to question, and the ultimate response to the idea of why is associated with happiness. So very good, those who could connect with this given dimension. Okay, so that is something which you all need to reflect upon. Yes, very good, all those who could connect with this given dimension. What did Socrates say with respect to idea of happiness? Yesterday we discussed about it. Yeah, Socrates, what was his idea of happiness? I mean, when things are taught, it means you are not really like making notes, you are not revising. This is the mark of it. Okay. So virtuous deeds leads to happiness. Very good. That is what Socrates had said. So virtue leads to happiness, and knowledge is a virtue. So virtuous deeds, where we are able to logically interpret the action, we are able to have a logical corollary to it, that is something which should lead to happiness. So happiness lies in good deeds. Agreed. What is the idea of happiness for Plato? Reflect upon that. What is the, and how he has elaborated upon it. Okay. And what is like similarly the idea of happiness, or what would be the idea of happiness for, like, let us consider like Aristotle. Reflect upon it. Very good, Moina. I was looking for this term, that someone should come up with it. So when we are talking about the idea of happiness with respect to Plato, he said it is the end of all. End of all mean, if you remember, someone also asked, ma'am, what is teleology? So I said teleology is associated with the end goal. So the end goal for any act, and that was given even in your slides. So the end goal or the final objective of any act is happiness. We are doing anything and everything associated with happiness. Yes, you can connect it with cardinal virtues also. Success and fulfillment, okay, intellectual and ethical, morality, Mrityunjay, very good, very good. So it is expected from all of you that whenever we are discussing about such terms, try to make bullet points and memorize. That's how you remember the concepts. That's how you remember comparatives. Because remember, there was a question that was given in the test also, and it was asked in by UPSC earlier. What is your idea of happiness? Okay. How do you consider, like, happiness to be essential for a society, or some other angle can be created? But what is your idea of happiness, and when it is made to be reflected from moral perspective, from ethical perspective, you will have to not only talk about your interpretation, but also the interpretations you have gained, you have sought, you have learnt from philosophers and thinkers. That's also where philosophers play a crucial role. All right. So get into the possibility of, like, memorizing. Yes, you can connect it with John Locke as well, Amrit. Okay. Yes, you can talk about Aristotle's golden mean also, Akanksha. Okay. So we are discussing about the idea of happiness, and I expected that all of you are able to connect with this. So when we are speaking of Epicurus, he is saying that happiness is pleasure. In his letter to Menocius, he spoke of this term, that happiness is pleasure, and then he discussed that what is happiness, and the answer to what is happiness, he discussed this specific quotation, which I, like, explained to all of you. That pleasure is the first, like, we can say, a good thing that we want to experience. It is a kindred good which is not associated with is in isolation. It is something which we want to experience with our larger family, our larger setup, which is with our friends and family, all of them. And it is the starting point for every choice. Like, why I want to become an IS? If today no one is giving importance to IS, your parents or your friends, your siblings, the society, maybe you will not, many of you will not be motivated to be an IS. Then you will want to become something else which makes your parents feel proud, which makes, like, your society feel proud of. So the idea of what we aspire for is also coming from the approval that we are seeking from our society when we are speaking of it. Okay. And that is something which you are supposed to, we can consider, connect with when you are talking about this given concept given by Epicurus. So he is saying that, we can judge the very idea of happiness from the very feeling that is ruling everything in this world, that is commanding or creating everything in this world. So Epicurus, he said that there are two self-imposed beliefs when we speak of it, and that make our lives quite unhappy and full of pain when we speak of it. So he said that we will be punished by the gods. Okay, we'll be punished by the gods for our bad actions, beyond doubt. And second, he said that death is something to be feared. We cannot run away from death, so we should always get intimidated by, the very possible, we get, not we should, we get intimidated by, like, death. So first thing, when we are talking about it, that is associated with self imposed beliefs, what is right, what is wrong, our own self imposed beliefs is making our life unhappy, and death, which is unavoidable, is making our life fearful. And these two possibilities are taking away the, we can say, essence of happiness from us. Okay, so he said that he also spoke of God. He said that gods also exist, and gods can be associated with something, with, we can say, the perfect, the eternal existence. That's how he defined gods, that gods can be understood from the perspective of the perfect eternal existence. Okay, and they are not interested in the day to day life affairs of human beings. And that's what the quotation on the screen is there, which all of you can see, that he said that God is not interested in the day to day life, like we can say, affairs of human beings. If he would have been, it would have created more chaos, because if you would have started answering the prayers of human beings, it would have created more chaos, because not every aspiration or desire that human beings hold is worthy of getting fulfilled. So that's what. So he said that human beings, they are surrounded by, like, necessary and unnecessary desires continuously. And and these necessary and unnecessary desires, when we are speaking of them, those desires which are necessary generate happiness in us. Okay, and those desires which we can consider, we can like get rid of. Okay, those desires which are not so necessary, okay, they are the ones which needs to be eliminated with a conscious thought process. Epicurus also spoke of this given dimension pertaining to physical pain or bodily pain. Ask me every day at night. I like, because of all this hectic schedule, I'm really waiting that the Monday schedule gets over by Friday, for the simple reason, like, had it been just Monday and like morning and afternoon, it was okay. With the evening batch getting added, your evening batch getting added, it's like leaving home at 4 o'clock, like 5 o'clock sharp, and reaching home at 10 o'clock. I barely get time to eat, read, or do anything. By the time I just breathe, take a call or two, do something, it's 12. And after like finishing things at 12, I have to get up at 4:15. So sleep deprived human being with 4 hours 15 minutes of sleep. But it's just because mains exam is approaching, all those students who are writing mains, so I should be committed to my goal, so just performing it. So I'm giving this example so that you can understand that when Epicurus is talking about the desire to get rid of bodily pain, or desiring the state of inner tranquility, inner peace, okay, these can be associated with necessary desires when we are speaking of it. So he even gives a specific quotation for it. I just read it out. The end of all our actions is to be free from pain and fear. And once it is obtained, the tempest of the soul is quelled. Okay. So, like necessary, when we are talking about the possibility of necessary and unnecessary desires, he said that only when the necessary desires are fulfilled that we attain peace. Okay, it is only that we attain a sense of balance when we are speaking of it. Okay, so Epicurean considered as morality become activities which become pleasure. Yes, we can consider in a way that Rahul, he considered that we should always try to understand and interpret the purpose of our desires. And when the purpose is associated with necessary things which are helpful for our life, which is helpful for bringing in balance, it is then that we are able to have a relatively peaceful existence which can bring about change. Okay, so, like Socrates' concept of mild asceticism, yes, you can connect necessary desires as mild asceticism, Pulkit. Yes, we can consider that. Can we say that Gautam Buddha criticized Plato's concept? Hey? They are, like, I would say, miles apart if we are talking about uh, the possibility of they being born, okay, and they existing. So Gautam Buddha criticizing Plato, I mean, it is coming as a surprise, I would say. Plato's idea of happiness, as he stated, there is no path to happiness, but happiness is the path. So, if you're saying that Buddha has his own interpretation to the idea of happiness, which is distinct from that of Plato, or later when we are connecting it with Plato, Plato's idea is distinct from that of Buddha, that would have been a better way to say it. All right. I understand what you imply to say, Amrit. Okay. then can we say that necessary desire is pleasure? Yes. He's saying necessary desire is something which can take us to the true happiness, because otherwise we'll keep getting trapped in the pain and pleasure cycle. Okay, the pain and pleasure cycle will keep repeating itself. If we really want to get rid of the pain and pleasure cycle mindset, we need to understand first and foremost, because if we are really seeking pleasure or we are seeking happiness, that's something we need to understand. So pain is there when we are like seeking some kind of pleasure. So underneath the layers of pleasure there is some kind of pain, because pain and pleasure, suppose you expect to go to a restaurant and you go and there is a lot of queue, so you are getting I'm getting like tired, I'll have to wait, this that. So that is something which you can understand. Similarly, you can connect it with other possibilities as well, right? So in that given scenario, when we are talking about it, we can reflect upon, we can say, the possibility of neutral state. We can connect the given possibility of, we can say, the peace of mind, how to attain it, and okay, how to attain the possibility of freedom from worry, or even exercising emptiness, thoughtlessness, emptiness. And it is something connected to the Buddhist expression. If you connect these ideas, this is what Buddha calls by being in a neutral state. Always Buddha calls with respect to this as a neutral state, and this is what can be associated with the Epicurean philosophy as well. If we truly want to attain happiness, for happiness, rather than getting stuck in the pain and pleasure cycle, if we really want to get rid of this pain and pleasure cycle, we need to understand the the importance of making our mind thought free, okay, clutter free, making it empty, freeing ourselves from all forms of worry, and then peace will dawn upon the mind. It is happiness, a perennial state of bliss that will dawn upon our mind. This is what Epicurus is saying. Okay, so and that is something which will lead to wisdom, wisdom which gives us an understanding that what is necessary, and that necessary will inevitably guide us to pleasure. Okay, and like pleasure which is freeing us from all forms of pain. And because when we are thinking of the idea of pleasure from a superficial perspective, we can think of alcoholism, we can think of gluttony or eating too much. Okay, we can think of all those possibilities, but all these possibilities, the superficial understanding of pleasure will create different problems. It can create, alcoholism can cause, like you can say, liver damage. Gluttony can cause again pressure on the liver, or other kinds of diseases that can happen to a human body. So when we are speaking of this, we all can understand the, yes, in a way we can say this, Yashpal, that happiness is not absence of problems, but the ability to deal with it. Okay, so happiness and pleasure are the same? No. Happiness is here connected with the idea of bliss, and pleasure is something which is associated with our material world and how we are interpreting and desiring the material world. So the unnecessary pleasures that we surround ourselves by, like as I told you, that always eating good food and in huge quantity, that is gluttony, or alcoholism, these are unnecessary pleasures. Okay, so why philosophers eyes are like this in a picture, man, does show it, dhyana. Yeah, it is considered that the philosophers, their eyes you can see, but not the eyeballs in the statue. It is considered that the very idea of philosophy is about being introspective. So probably the pictures or the statues have been carved in a way that it shows them in an introspective mode. Okay, that's the reason. So did Epicurus say that one must get rid of cycle of happiness and pain? No, not happiness and pain, the cycle of pleasure and pain. Don't mix words. I never said happiness and pain. He said get rid of the cycle of pleasure and pain by getting rid of the triviality of superficial reasons, like, unnecessary desires, unnecessary pleasures that you are aspiring for. The moment you do away with those unnecessary pleasures, and how to do away with those unnecessary pleasures, so you can recall the Buddhist way, which even Epicurus is talking about, going in a neutral state. What is a neutral state? A neutral state is more like a thoughtless state, a state of emptiness. Emptiness leading to peace of mind, emptiness causing freedom from worry. All right, that's what he is saying. So, the factor happiness is regarded with Epicurean, okay, absence of pain, patience, joy. Yes, all of it you can connect with. All right. So we all can understand that Epicurus is also someone who is talking about the idea of pleasure and pain, and he is also discussing that how to get rid of the unnecessary ideas of pleasure. When we are talking about unnecessary pleasure, okay, that is something which is causing us to get stuck into the cycle of pain and pleasure. Okay. So, if we really want to free ourselves from sadness, we need to live a neutral life, a worry free life, a life of compassion, and that is something which can lead us or guide us to true happiness. Okay, that's what Epicurus is to be connected with. Okay, so that's what, if I simply put his entire statement in a gist, so he says that it is impossible to live a pleasant life without living wisely, well, and justly. And it is impossible to live wisely, well, and justly without living a pleasant life. So that's how, like, philosophers tend to, like, overlap the possibility. So how to live a pleasant life? The neutral state, the thoughtless state, the worry free state, the state of compassion, the state of giving out to the needy. All right, that's how you can connect it. If there is something which is giving pleasure, then how this can be unnecessary? uh Well, there is a difference between pleasure and happiness. Happiness is benevolent, it does not cause harm at any level, whereas pleasure can be associated with indulgence, vikas. An indulgence of any form can lead to some kind of pain. Like, for example, eating jalebi is causing a lot of pleasure to you, but keep having a lot of jalebis and you'll become diabetic. Okay. So, that is something which is there. Pleasure is not something which we should run behind, which we should seek. We should seek happiness, and happiness is coming from exercising compassion to others, like being worry free, stress free, being neutral, like, exercising emptiness. Emptiness is so important, right? Majority of the times we are unable to even go empty. I mean, way back now, it's almost a decade, when I went for the first Vipassana training, I still remember that the mind was so chaotic, it did not stop talking at all times. Either it was worrying about it was discussing about the past or worrying about the future. The very possibility that this is the moment and this is a complete moment and I can breathe easy in this moment, celebrate what is before me, and before me with, like, the eyes being open, that very possibility of just breathing easy and being there. Okay, that was something which was to be exercised for almost 9 days, and this simple exercise was so tough to exercise at all times, just being there. So that's something which you can connect with. SME, please support me with all the minuscule queries, especially related to vocabulary, because a lot of students seem to be struggling with very basic and simple words. And okay, so just like you all can, like, connect with these ideas pertaining to Epicureanism. I've given you some basic brief biography related to Epicurus. So when he was born, and how, like, with respect to him, he never married, had no children, he died in 270 BC at the age of 72. And we can also see Epicurus regarded happiness and pleasure as the main goal of life rather than virtues. And he is also discussing his identifying the fears of God, death, retribution as the principal cause for unhappiness. Why are we sad? We are sad because of the death. We are sad because of fear of God. We are sad because of retribution. So, what are the sources of pleasure or happiness? So, he is saying knowledge, friendship, and living a virtuous and a temperate life. He is not defining or describing what is virtuous and only focusing on virtuousness. That's why he is not a virtue ethicist. His focus is not on, like, we can say, virtues per se, but his focus is more on, we can say, how to attain a happy life or a balanced life or a good life. Okay, so his prime teachings have been enlisted over here for all of you, that the greatest good is to seek modest pleasures. Modest is the word, you can see, means even if you are, like, eating something, doing something, let it be in moderation. Okay, and that is something which will help you to, like, attain a state of peace. Tranquility is peace, freedom from fear, and absence from bodily pain, because if you overindulge, it is going to disturb either of the three or all of it. Again, avoid constant desire of pleasure. Don't indulge in hedonism or material pleasure at all times, because if you are constantly seeking material pleasure, it is going to cause pain or challenge in the long run. Okay. Again, he advocated absence of pain as the main goal of life, because pain is something which creates challenges or adversity in our existence. Again, achieving tranquility. How can we attain peace? So it is by having the knowledge of the working world and the limitations of our desires. Again, when we speak of morality, so morality, it should be pursued as it gives us pleasure. When we are moral, it does not create cognitive dissonance, and that's why it is pleasurable to live a specific possibility, right? uh, okay. Tranquility, at least three times I said, mm, that it is associated with peace. Those students who struggle with it, please be more thorough with your vocabulary, because just 2 years, 3 years back, there was a question associated with tranquility in essay. Okay. And especially if you are belonging to any part of India where you do not know how to read Hindi, the challenge can become all the more tough, because like you don't know both the official languages of India. Even if you belong to North India and you do not know Hindi well, because a lot of North Indians struggle with vocabulary or words in Hindi. So you will be stuck if you have to interpret the statement of essay if you don't understand these words. Okay. So please have a sense of clarity with respect to vocabulary, because in essay, how will you decode the topic if you are getting stuck with the word itself which is given over there? Okay. So please be very clear about this given possibility. Okay. Like if you're a Bengali, or if you're a Malayali, or if you are a, like, let's say Punjabi, or if you're a Tamilian, or if you are a Bodo, in those situations, if you don't have the possibility, because in tranquility in Hindi, in essay, it will be written Shanti. Okay. But the font will be written in Hindi. So maybe if you cannot read it, capability to interpret it will go awry. There was this question which was raised associated with this component of tranquility. I still remember it was associated with like probably 2020 question paper, 2019 or 2020. 2020 is what I can recall, and it was discussing about the given possibility of like how we are living our present life. And like, just a second, I can just probably give you that given insight associated with this given topic, and probably you can just connect it with the given segment. So, yeah. So, with respect to this, just a second, docs. Yeah, this one. So, this was the topic that was raised by UPSC. Mindful Manifesto is the catalyst to a tranquil self. 2020 essay. Mindful Manifesto is the catalyst to a tranquil self. And if you start struggling with words like tranquil, how will you end up responding to it? Okay. So please get it like clear. Tranquil is a word which is used in different subjects also. So work on your vocabulary, students. This is what I can say. Again, and trust me, not every teacher will push you to work towards your vocabulary, because not every teacher is teaching you ethics and essay. And both the papers, ethics and essay, clubbed together creates 500 marks. 500 marks is two solid GS papers, and ethics and essay clubbed together can create a possibility of 60% plus marks. No two GS papers can claim that we clubbed together can give 60% plus marks. Okay. So understand the virtuous importance of it and work towards it, rather than like sulking over the fact, oh, it is so much of pure English. Okay. Or this is like such tough English. You have to understand this is the level that is expected from a bureaucrat. So if you are still in the frame, or in the, we can say, still you are in the cocoon of being a school going child, break free from your cocoon, learn to fly. Few students will also struggle with what is the word cocoon. Remember standard 8th biology, butterfly. So butterfly, before becoming a butterfly, the caterpillar goes into a cocoon. So that's what you are right now, in a cocoon, and you need to move out of the cocoon, spread your wings and fly. and the possibility will come with, I would say, freedom of vocabulary. Freedom of vocabulary comes when you have access over words, command over words. Okay, so work on this given possibility. Okay, so SME, please help me with all those basic, because you people cannot see how many vocabulary questions are raised by all your classmates and friends. So SME, please help me with other set of words which have come up related to vocabulary and expression, and please help the students with respect to these terms. And all of you, every day you should, like, this I followed for my university like professors. When they used to teach, I used to always note down the words they used to speak in the class and in a rough page. And once the lecture was over, I used to find the meaning, and then I used to find a sentence, and then I used to put it to good use. That is how we enhance our vocabulary. First from books, if not books, then sometimes teachers and professors. If you're not working from either of the sides, it is troublesome. So every day you're coming across new set of words, even while I am discussing it, you should grow habituated to it, you should master it, memorize it. Now, with respect to Epicurus, he is saying virtue has no intrinsic value, no like key value per se. He derives that value is coming from pleasure. And pleasure is what? Pleasure accompanies virtuous action. So, focus is not on virtue, focus is on pleasure, and the pleasure which is coming from virtuous action or action guided by morality. Okay. So, he also says do away with momentary and sensual pleasures. Don't focus on sensual pleasure when we speak of it. All right. And when we are speaking of this given possibility, and when we move ahead with the teachings of Epicurus, he is saying that mental pleasure comes from remembrance, and remembering past achievements gives us joy, and future problems gives us pain. So discouraged learning, culture and civilization, as they can be disturbing a person's peace. So, according to Epicurus, knowing too much about the past or the possibilities is unnecessary, bothersome, unnecessarily worrying. But I would not endorse this idea of Epicurus, because a civilization who has a failed understanding of one's history, and a civilization, or we can say a youth, a generation which has a failed understanding of history and its civilization, is a failed generation, because it does not have an idea what it has inherited, how far it has come in the process of evolution, and how far it needs to go. Okay, so that's something which we need to work upon. Okay, so acquire knowledge, one should acquire knowledge to help to get rid of the religious fears, superstitions, fear of gods, fear of death. Okay, so that's what. Again, strong laws and strict punishments is something he feels is desirable. A just law is what? A just law is a combination of, we can say, possibilities which is contributing to human happiness, which is creating virtuous acts, which is generating benevolence, which is generating charity, which is generating compassion, and which is also encouraging us to, like, not always get indulgent in material pleasure, or we can say carnal pleasure or sensory pleasure, right? So that's what we can connect with. Then comes this given dimension pertaining to Stoicism. Stoicism, another thinker, like when we are speaking of him, he is Zeno of Citium. So when we are speaking of Zeno, okay, he is the name. So when we are speaking of Stoicism, so Zeno is the founder of Stoic school. That's why we are quoting Zeno. He's the founder of Stoic school. And Stoicism, when we are talking about it, is one of the four principles or principal philosophies which existed in ancient Athens. Okay. So when we are talking about Stoicism, it is very important. You need to understand. So what are the other three schools of thought? So Plato, Aristotle, Epicurus, and fourth is Zeno, and that's why they four are important, associated with, we can consider, Western philosophers and thinkers. So when we are talking about Stoicism, sorry, yes, when we are speaking of Stoicism per se, we all can connect first and foremost the origin of Stoicism. It is literally coming from the endurance of pain or hardship. When you are able to sustain pain or hardship, or like you are able to survive the pain and hardship without any kind of complaint. That is associated with the term stoicism, and it is associated with ancient Greek school of philosophy founded by a like Zeno. So this person, as I told you, that other three schools of thought related to Athens, you can consider, is Plato, Aristotle, Epicurus. Now you can understand the order when we are speaking of it, right? So all the philosophers are looking similar. Yeah, because we didn't have a picture of them. That's the reason. So, with respect to this, when we are further moving ahead, so Stoicism, when we are connecting with it, and what is the Stoic ethics? Please understand the relevance of Stoicism is so tremendous that even today, you can see that Stoicism is helping us to solve our day to day life problems. It is used in the world of psychology, in the domain of psychology, and it helps us to solve a lot of queries. Okay, so over here we can see what stoicism is talking about. So it is saying that develop indifference and a passive reaction to external events. Whatever is happening outside, develop a sense of indifference. Don't keep getting too much affected by it. Okay, be aware, but just be like indifferent. Develop equanimity in the face of all highs and lows in life. When there is too much of pleasure, tell yourself this is temporary. When there is too much of pain, tell yourself this is temporary. Develop a sense of balance whereby you can handle stress or pleasure also with the same grace as you can handle happiness. When a person gets too ecstatic about happiness, the person will have trouble in accepting pain, whereas pain and pleasure will keep happening in life. So that's why he's asking, Zeno is asking, to develop a sense of balance or equanimity. Yes, Stoicism is focusing on ILOC beyond doubt, and he's also associated, it can be connected with emotional intelligence, how people need to develop it. Okay, so live according to nature. When you're following the cycles of nature, it is helpful, because nowadays I'm seeing so many people around me, they are getting troubled stomach for the simple reason they are going against the law of nature. It is like rainy season for majority of the parts of India. Across India we are seeing rains, including Delhi, right? So we all can see that it is advised that what kind of food is permissible during rainy season and what is not permissible. If you are not remembering those traditional patterns of wisdom and you are eating those non permissible food items, it is going to impact your health, it is going to impact your well being. Okay, and when we are talking about it impacting your health and well being, of course you will be struggling with the possibility of, how to manage like an easy life, how to manage the possibility of ease in your existence. There will be like some kind of friction or lack of tranquility in existence, right? So we all can also see that when we are talking about stoic ethics, we can see that it is associated with accepting suffering in life, because half the time our resistance to suffering is causing all the more suffering. When you accept that once in a while there will be challenges pertaining to it, pain and pleasure both will come. Like for example, there are times when I'm traveling and I'm so much happy. There are times when sometimes because of the mains approaching, the schedule can get hectic and I have to work, and I have to treat it with equanimity. This is also life, this is also life, and I have to be in a meditative state in both, not get too ecstatic about the one and too sad about the other. It is going to impact first and foremost my thought process, my tranquility, my peace of existence, and later it is going to manifest itself in how I perform in life, perform in life in terms of pleasure. So if I'm going for a trip, I'm too ecstatic, I'm about to end the trip, I'm like crying last 2 days, I'm unable to enjoy. That is something problematic if someone is behaving like that. That is not something which one ought to indulge. There should be a balance of existence, yeah, despite the rigors of life, because ups and downs are inevitable. That's what stoicism says. So there should be a rational observance of laws. We should reduce our expectation and check anger. When we expect a lot from our loved ones or our surroundings, it is that that creates frustration, dissatisfaction, and leads to anger. So we should also consider that wisdom is the source of all virtues. So when you exercise wisdom, and how to attain wisdom, I had given you darshan dhyana karma. So when you observe your reality, when you introspect upon it, and when you put it in action, that is exercising wisdom bit by bit by bit. So with wisdom, you attain all other forms of virtuous behavior as well. Yes. So that's something which we can connect with. You can connect it with all kinds of philosophies and ideals, okay, when we are speaking of this given dimension. All right. So we can consider that when we are connecting with stoicism promoted egalitarianism, and egalitarianism and encouraged the possibility of, like, everyone as equals. In that time period, you can understand, there was slavery also. Stoicism said that go for treating everyone as equal. Imagine this principle of stoicism must have inspired later day philosophers and thinkers, modern day philosophers and thinkers who started talking about principles of equality. It would have also inspired the thinkers of period of enlightenment, who would have been a part of the French Revolution. Yeah. So liberty, equality, fraternity, you can see that where the route is going, you can see where the ideas are going. Yes, you can connect it also with thinkers like Karl Marx, must have got inspired by philosophers like him, right? Again, so world is material and the body and the soul is made of the same substance. Okay, that's what, stoicism suggests. Again, we can see knowledge comes from senses and interpreted by mind. So senses, darshan, when you're observing things and you observe it from your senses. Interpretation is dhyan. Okay, so and then that leads to wisdom. So this sentence is nothing but darshan dhyan karma, which is there in, with respect to stoicism. Again, God is within us and is the source of all goodness. This is something which also Shams al Tabrizi had spoken, another, I would say, wise man associated with Sufism from Middle East. Okay, he had also spoken the same thing. Anyway, so follow the inner guide to attain true happiness. That's what Stoicism suggests. Again, I cannot skip stoicism so very easily, along with these key points which are given over here. Point 6, please explain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reduce expectations to check anger. What is so tough about it, Misbah? What is so tough? When do you always get angry or disappointed with what's around you? It will be something associated with expectations. Because in the, we can say, in the hidden aspect of anger is failed emotions, failed expectations. Any person who's angry, look underneath the surface, it is a sad person, a sad person who is sulking over failed expectations. That's what, right? Okay. So you need to have this sense of expectation in moderation towards anyone and everyone, including parents, including friends. Because when you, like, fall completely on others, it is that that causes the source of pain. You have to understand the very virtuousness of this body, give importance to this body, keep it healthy, and all your possibilities or expectations or possibilities that you aspire to create ought to emerge from it and its potential. Other people are in supportive roles, have a sense of gratitude, exercise gratitude towards them when they stand for you or when they are able to facilitate your journey. This is what you are supposed to believe in or live with. All right, I hope that is generating some kind of clarity. All right. So stoicism, when we speak of it, so stoicism is also talking about, like, four problems, and it helps us to solve those four problems properly. So first problem is associated with anxiety. Very interestingly, stoicism says that anxiety is flourishing due to the gap between what we fear and what we hope for it to happen. So anxiety is nothing but what we are scared of and what we hope or pray or aspire that should happen. The gap between it creates anxiety. So how can we become calm? The solution is given in Stoicism. So Stoicism says that when we are systematically and intelligently, okay, crushing every single aspect of hope, Okay, when we are not connecting with any kind of hope that this should happen, that should happen, then this will happen, that will happen. So when we are crushing all hopes, when we are in a calm state, not expecting anything from anyone or any situation, when we are calm, when we are courageous, when we are open to embrace any reality that unfolds before us, it is then that we truly will be anxiety free. So one needs to be calm and courageous to embrace anything and keep working towards goodness. That is how we can free ourselves from anxiety. Amazing, right? Simple but amazing solutions, right? Again, we can think of fury. So for fury, he said that anger is a dangerous indulgence, it is a piece of stupidity, it is an incorrect picture of existence, because when we are angry, the world seems to be biased, it seems to be blurred, only our perception seems to be correct, right? So how to get rid of anger? So for getting rid of anger, it is like, there's a very beautiful expression that is spoken in stoicism, that anger is caused by the violent collision of hope and reality. You hope for something, reality is something else. So it's a violent collision of hope and reality that leads to anger. Violent collision, such a beautiful expression. Anyway, this is how you, work on your content for essay as well. So when he said this given dimension, he said that anger is something which is associated with sadness that happened to you in an unexpected precision. You did not expect that sadness to occur upon you, but it just happened, and that is what impacted you. So what is the solution? Expect far less from life. When you expect far less from life, it causes less anger, it causes less hurt, it makes you more capable, more courageous, more hardworking, and the possibility of solving your challenges. Okay. Again, the another thing which, stoics, or we can say the stoic philosophers have said, that life is not in its best form, because life is always associated to a certain extent with fortune and destiny. We cannot get rid of fortune and destiny. In other words, there is a technical jargon they used, that is paranoia. Paranoia is associated with fortune and destiny. So we cannot totally get rid of our destiny or the fortune that we are associated with. Destiny can be mix of generosity. Something great happens to you randomly. You won a lottery ticket. You, gained some kind of appreciation or position which you did not expect. So that is something which is considered a random mix of great things, and also bad things, spiteful things. You did not expect that, we can say, friction, that rigor, that we can say, that misbehavior, that negative possibility occurring in your life when we speak of it. So it is a terrific combination of two elements when we speak of it, this given dimension, right? So there is a terrific combination of two possibilities. That is, good things can happen suddenly, bad things can also happen suddenly. And so, what should be done in our lives? So, in our lives, we should have a sense of composure whereby you are easy to accept what's happening and capable to fight back with all your might, for we can say, for the possibility to give your best to time, to give your best to the situation. That's it. um, Fame, money, power, love, good health, all these things are a manifestation of it. It is never our own, and we should never consider these as our own. These are just blessings of Lady Fortuna. Okay. So that's what Stoicism considers. And last but not the least, Stoicism also connects this given possibility associated with, we should never exaggerate our self importance. Okay. Means we should lose, to a certain extent, we should lose our perspective. When we attach too much of self importance to ourselves, it is then that we have a sense of anger, a sense of, we can say, assertion, a sense of panicking, a sense of anxiety, a sense of getting stressed. So why to give so much of importance to oneself? Why not to be easy about the very possibility that, yes, I'm just like others, I'm just existing like others. So one needs to get rid of the disturbing illusions that we are surrounded by. We need to understand that, who we are and what is the purpose of our life. And that is something which will guide us what to do. And when we are dealing with, virtuous acts, compassionate act, it is then that the state of peace shall prevail, the state of happiness shall prevail. Okay, so that's what you can connect with when we are talking about stoicism. All right. So to overcome anger, adopt fairness from life. Farness, no, not farness from life, Nikat. To overcome from anger, do away with over expectation, because it is a sudden burst of what? Hope and reality. You hope for something else happened in reality. No. So what you're supposed to do is, do not hope too much, but keep working. Give your best to life, but hope nothing. Nishkama karma. Okay. So that is what needs to be exercised. Stoicism, that's why it is so very much connected with so many, we can say, thinkers and philosophers and ideas and perspectives when we are talking about it. Okay, then we all can very briefly reflect upon medieval philosophers and thinkers. Medieval philosophers and thinkers, because I believe ancient philosophers and thinkers are very important and modern are very important. Medieval, so far, the possibility of raising questions has not been there, but we cannot ignore or skip it, because we cannot say that ha nahi pucha to kabhi nahi puchega. Okay, so we need to have a brief idea about medieval philosophers and thinkers also, briefly at least. Okay, so first you can say Saint Augustine. You can see this image of Saint Augustine. You can see that in the heart of what the dress he is wearing over here, you can see this, there is the emblem of Christ, and behind his head you can see as if someone is blessing him. So there is this light that is flowing to his head. You can see that. So this specific emotion, which all of you can see associated with like a medieval philosopher and thinker like Saint Augustine, you all can connect with what was unfolding in Europe by then. This time period, when we are talking about medieval philosophers and thinkers, this is between 5th to 16th century. And this is the time period when you all will be seeing that there will be a like veritable impact of Christianity. Fall of Roman Empire happens at this time, and rise of Christianity unfolds. Okay, and when a fall of Roman Empire and rise of Christianity is happening, the church religion, it is playing a very vital role or a central role in defining what is ethics, what is ethical. Okay, and we all can see that this is the time period when the component of ethics is quote unquote not so secular and not so independent as we connect it with the present time period. Okay, so in the medieval era there was a constant debate about theism and atheism, means whether to believe in God or not to believe in God. This was a classical question, whether God is there or not. So the theists or the believers, they considered God is everywhere, omnipotent, omnipresent, right? That was the idea. So the, we can say, the commandments of Bible, Quran, they constantly discussed about the ideas of God and how it should be central to our life, the guiding force or principle to our life. The moral philosophy of our life should be guided by this principle, and constantly get the idea of right and wrong from these religious texts and books. That's what we were considering, right? And atheists, they questioned the existence of God, that how can you speak of God, that if God is so benevolent, so powerful, if God is loving everyone, then why is so much of evil and hatred existing in this world? What is the logic of so much of evil and hatred being there? Right? So theists or the believers were constantly haunted by this question, like why we should consider the possibility of, like we can say, God exist at all. So finally, Saint Augustine, this person whom you can see in the image, so Saint Augustine came up with the answer. He comes up with the answer and he gives the concept of free will. Okay, so his concept of free will. In his concept of free will, Saint Augustine, he said that God has created human beings as rational animals, like people who can decide between what is right, what is wrong. The idea of conscience is there in human beings. Human beings, unlike animals, can understand that what is bad act to do, what is harming others, what is hurting others, and what should be avoided. Okay, so the idea of, like, when we are talking about why harm is happening, God has already sent us with conscience. So God is not going to monitor day to day life activities. We already have conscience. Okay, so when we are like committing any crime, it is not the wrong deed of God. So let us not blame God that if God is there, then why is crime existing? Crime is existing because we are not exercising our conscience, our sense of right and wrong. This is what Saint Augustine is saying. So he is saying that all the bad that's happening in the world, it is not the mistake of God. It is the choice of an individual that the individual makes in the past or in the present, because of which the wrongdoings unfold. Again, with respect to it, he said that he also somewhat connected with the idea similar to that of doctrine of karma. And he said, what is evil? Evil is nothing but absence of God when we are talking about it. Like, for example, what is darkness? Darkness is absence of light. Okay, so he said that evil is not an entity, an independent entity in itself. It is due to the absence of God when we are making decisions, and due to absence of God in our decisions, we enact upon evil acts, harming others, troubling others, tormenting others, when we are speaking of this given possibility, right? Further, he also suggested that if we have the ability to take decisions which are in the larger goodness of humanity, then we should make it, because if we are not, despite the awareness, if we are not making the decision which is in the larger goodness of the humanity, then there is not much difference between us and animals per se. Okay, so and when I'm talking about Saint Augustine and his inquiry about idea of God, a similar incident can be connected with Mahabharata. When the war started, Draupadi, she went to Krishna and she said that you are Messiah, you are like God. So you have the power to change what is happening. You have the power to change the mindset of Duryodhan. So why are you letting this war to happen? To which Krishna said that I cannot do this. I cannot do this because this is the only thing which I cannot do. He said, because I have the power to persuade. Okay, like God or a Messiah has the power only to persuade. Okay, he said that if I take the ability of choice from a human being, the human being won't remain as human. So I'm supposed to expose the human being to choices, rational, irrational, evil, good, and it is up to the human being to exercise the choice. And that's why there is in Bhagavad Gita, there is a like sentence which says, Yathang ichhasi tatha kuru. Yathang ichhasi tatha kuru means do as you please. And when we are talking about do as you please, that means you are exercising your own conscience, putting it to an act. And for that act, blaming God will be unethical, that won't be fair. Okay, so it is I who is killing, it is you who is killing. This is what the possibility is. So is it I who is killing? No. So God says in Srimad Bhagavad Gita that it is not I who is killing, it is you who is killing, because it's your moral choice. It is, that is what you are guided by. And that is what is connected to Saint Augustine's idea of free will. That every human being has the free will to choose between right and wrong. And that is something which is determining our good fortune or our future. Okay. So that is something. Even like you see, Krishna, who is considered as an avatar, he also dies because of his karma, because of the, we can say, the shrap or the, the bane which he had got from Gandhari. So Gandhari had, cursed him, and that's why he also had to undergo the law of karma, and he died like an ordinary person by being shot by a hunter's arrow, who mistook him to be an animal while he was lying in the forest, while he was resting in the forest. So his own clan gets destroyed by his misdeeds during the war at Kurukshetra. So the idea of karma, the principles of karma, the idea of right deed will lead to right results, wrong deeds will lead to wrong results, is also getting depicted from the avatar. It's not like you cannot consider that the avatar is above all, is free from all wrong deeds. No, it's not like that. A balanced take is taken with respect to the idea of free will. If you're exercising your free will, you have to pay for it. Okay, so that is something which you can consider. And this insight of free will, which Saint Augustine is discussing, it is common to all. You can find it in like this idea with respect to Quran and Sikhism and Bible, all these like all the Abrahamic religions, along with, because Abrahamic religions have commandments, and commandments are talking about do's and don'ts. But after suggesting the do's and don'ts, you are supposed to be guided by your inner conscience how you are supposed to do. So not everyone gets inspired by the commandments despite being aware of it, right? So that's also there when we are speaking of it. Okay, so or the Sanatan patterns of religion associated with Indian origin, that is Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Hinduism, there also you can find this idea of free will, that you are having the conscience, and after the like having the conscience, if you enact upon it, that is how you invite hell, and that is how you invite the possibility of we can say the bane which unfolds. So Saint Augustine, we can consider that Saint Augustine created, okay, so Saint Augustine, we can say what he is saying is Saint Augustine considered that that God created human beings as rational creatures, human beings as rational creatures. Okay, that is, they can distinguish between good and bad. They can distinguish between good and bad. God has given complete freedom of choice, complete freedom of choice to an individual to perform actions, to perform actions. So, if the person does something wrong, so if the person does something wrong, the responsibility lies with him or her, not God. The responsibility lies with him or her, not God. Right. Similarly, he also spoke of war and violence. Okay, because at this time period, a lot of war was also happening. Christianity was undergoing the aggressive war with Islam, because there was this fierce violence for annexation and control over territory. So, how could it be justified? So, Saint Augustine, he said that Christians should be pacifists. Who are pacifists? So, a person who is rejecting violence as a mean to achieve justice. Okay, we can also connect with that. Um, Saint Augustine asserted that Christians should be pacifists, should be pacifists. And who are pacifists? So, those people who reject violence as a mean to attain justice. Those who reject violence to attain justice. So, this was the idea of Saint Augustine when we speak of it. Though, if you unfold the history of medieval times, you'll realize that everything that happened or unfolded was not as per wish of Saint Augustine. A lot of violence did occur, and there was a lot of aggression, political aggression exercised even by the, we can say, Christian missionaries and leaders, which did lead to the possibility of not exercising the pacifist approach as suggested by Saint Augustine. And he also said, however peaceful, in the face of grave, the wrong would be only stopped by violence, and would be, and it would be a sin to stop it by violence. So that's what, like, probably you can connect with. Okay, so that's what, maybe I can suggest to all of you with respect to him, right? So other than him, when we further move ahead, we can also see the segment pertaining to Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas, so can we say that God is wisdom, without wisdom is evil? Yes, that's what probably the idea is when we are discussing about him per se. Okay, so now as we are discussing about this given subsegment, we can further reflect upon, we can say, this given subsegment of like Thomas Aquinas. So Thomas Aquinas, if I'm discussing about him, we can consider that he is also a virtue ethicist. Okay, remember, virtue ethicist, we have associated this term with Socrates, Aristotle, and Plato. So he is also a virtue ethicist, and he is saying that ethics is the first principle of action. So ethics is the first principle of action. So he is saying that it is the first criteria. Okay, the first criteria we can consider to judge before doing anything. Before doing anything. And that's why we can see that he believed in four cardinal virtues. Okay, so seven cardinal virtues. He believed in seven cardinal virtues. Seven cardinal virtues. Now, seven, if you want to remember, four are coming from Plato. Okay, four are that of Plato. Okay, plus there is faith, hope, and charity. Faith, hope, and charity. That is how the seven come. What are the four of Plato? If you all can recall, yes, people. What are the four cardinal virtues of Plato? I have discussed it today so many number of times. Okay, so can you recall? Okay, wisdom, valor, temperance. Very good, very good, very good. So yes, justice. Very good. Okay. So when we are talking about it, first and foremost, it is coming from logic. So from logic, we are getting wisdom, right? Then we are getting fortitude or courage. Then we are getting temperance. And after temperance, we all can recall that the segment is associated with justice, right? So all these plus all these three. So these are the seven cardinal virtues that he is talking about. He also said that ethics applies only to deliberate human actions. Okay, a person cannot be punished for unintentional mistake, but we cannot carry this in polity. Yeah, because if there is a foreigner and he is breaking the law of your land, you cannot. The person cannot say, "Oh, I was not aware of the law, so I should not be punished for it." No, being unaware of law or ignorance of law is not an excuse. That is the first thing which was taught to us in first year of LLB, that ignorance of law is not an excuse for not getting punished. So that's why this idea is very contradictory to the world of law. The idea which he spoke, Thomas Aquinas, that ethics applies only to deliberate human actions. A person cannot be punished for unintentional mistakes. Not so true. Not so true. Okay. Further, when we are talking about it, we can further connect it with the given possibility that, again, can a civil servant be punished for unintentional mistakes, likable unintentional mistakes? So, in this situation you will be like, no, not always, because if unintentional mistakes, if the person is getting punished continuously, then it will create a demotivation for the officer. Rather than that, there can be other issues through which the possibility can be regulated for a civil servant, like giving a warning, like a bit of suspension, like we can say like guidance from the senior. So as per the, like we can say, mistake that has been committed, or the ignorance that has been exercised by a civil servant, so can be the nature of or the course of action taken against the civil servant, which is acting as a restitutive or corrective behavior rather than a punishment per se. Okay. Again, we can consider Thomas Aquinas when we are discussing about him, that he is also discussing about the how universe is governed. Okay. So how is universe governed? He said first comes the human laws. Human laws are laws which we are creating. Then comes natural laws. Natural laws are laws by which nature is governing. Okay. Then comes divine laws. Okay. With respect to the divine laws, laws which are discussed in religious books, and then comes eternal laws. Eternal laws are, we can say, the governing principles of the universe, governing principles of the universe, which only God knows. Universe which only God knows. This is just the mindset of God, that how the universe ought to be. Okay. Because he calls it as the theory of everything. Eternal laws are theory of everything. Theory of everything when we speak of it. Stephen Hawking was also interested in eternal law. He said that if we understand the eternal law, the core equation or the core theory, we can explain everything that's happening in this world. Okay. In the similar manner, other than recalling Stephen Hawking, I can also recall Ramanujan. Ramanujan said that it is the Tripura Sundari who guides me to the mathematical formulas and calculation. And as you know, Ramanujan was never formally trained in mathematics, and he arrived at such amazing breakthroughs in mathematical theories and, like we can say, equations, which guided humanity to new scientific breakthroughs. And it's just that he burnt too fast, he fizzled too fast, he fell ill, and he could never get cured. He did not recover, he finally died. So that's why I'm saying that he fizzled too fast. But he said that it is the mother goddess, the Tripura Sundari, or as you call her, Shodashi, or the Dash Mahavidya, one of the Dash Mahavidya. So he said that it is she who is constantly guiding me towards the right answer, towards the eternal law of the universe. Okay. So this eternal law is something which is not decoded yet. It is something which is associated with the principles of the universe. And even Stephen Hawking said that if we understand the eternal law, we can understand everything. Divine laws, as I told you, this is associated with religious books. So religious books. Natural law are your understanding pertaining to nature. Human law pertaining to, we can say, what human beings are creating, like we can say the constitution. So constitution, IPC, CRPC, all that. Natural law, the like gravity, law of nature, all that, right? So that's what you can connect with it. So what Ramanujan said, like Ramanujan said this possibility that I'm inspired, all the principles, mathematical formulas and quotations that I'm getting, it is in the light, in the guidance of the mother law, sorry, the mother goddess. Who is the mother goddess who he was connected to? So in southern parts of India, you have Tripura Sundari. In eastern parts of India, you have Kamakshi Devi or Kamakhya, that is in Guwahati. You can find in northern parts of India, people worship Shodashi. Okay. Or in general, people are aware of the Dash Mahavidyas. The Dash Mahavidyas are manifestation of female goddess. Okay. So that's what. So one of them is Shodashi. Shodashi, also called Kamakshi Devi, also called Tripura Sundari, different names. So Ramanujam said, she is the one who's inspiring me. So with no mathematical background, a man is arriving at in-depth principles and theories of this universe. Okay. So the component of eternal law, Stephen Hawking, he also said that if we start getting close to it, we'll start making massive scientific discoveries, and we'll be able to explain what's happening around us, anything and everything that's happening around us. Okay. So how eternal law is different from natural law? Because, like, no, God can be equated with nature for you, Sachin. But when we are talking about medieval times, God is above nature. Okay. So it's not the same principle you think or believe in when we are talking about it. So a person who knew infinity, Payal, I don't know whether he actually knew infinity or not. All right. So that means ethical crimes of civil servants are justified? No, I never said that, Zeba. Was it coming out from my mouth? That means is your interpretation. And this that means is the most dangerous phenomenon of this universe when we put our interpretation in other people's mouths. I said that if a civil servant is not aware, is ignorant, associated with any of the phenomena, then in that situation, will punishing be good? Okay, then in that situation, I said that punishing the civil servant when the civil servant is unaware of a process, of a, we can say, a possibility. So in that situation, or rather is committing an unintentional mistake. So we can say punishing will not be fair, for the simple reason the civil servant did not perform that act knowingly. That was not something which was done knowingly. It was something which was, we can say, articulated, or it was done unknowingly when we speak of this given dimension. And when an act is done unknowingly, the person cannot be punished because it will create a pattern of discouragement for the civil servant. So it is advised that rather than creating any such possibility, it is advisable that how about creating this for a civil servant, that you suspend, or you just give a warning, or you make the civil servant aware and the possible threats that can emerge because of those unintentional acts, and accordingly you can go. If something massively illegal has happened, then definitely the person will get punished, then there is no respite. But if there is something associated with a regular issue where an unintentional mistake has happened, then you cannot keep punishing the civil servant. You will have to give warning, you have to take other course of action with respect to how you like giving this given possibility, right? So, eternal law, divine law, natural law, human law. I hope all of you are able to connect with this given segment, the four segments as discussed by Thomas Aquinas. Yeah, everyone is understanding that, right? Okay. Thomas Aquinas also contributed to the concept of the principle of just war theory. Okay. So he also discussed about just war. The maybe next page I can just discuss this. So he also contributed to just war theory. What is the just war theory? So in just war theory, he gave the principles. We can consider. He gave the principles that should be followed, before, during, and after. Before, during, and after war. Okay. And this principle, it has existed for long. You can see many theorists, many theorists, thinkers, philosophers have further contributed to this just war theory. Thinkers, philosophers have further contributed to this theory. Okay, this theory, it has led to, we can consider, it has led to various laws, treaties, various laws, treaties in international relations. So, like we can see that war is to be considered, it should be treated as the last resort. He said, never ever we should glorify war. Okay, so um, never glorify it. Never glorify it. It should be treated. It should be treated as a tragic necessity. As a tragic necessity. Okay. And the second one, like you can consider the expected good. The expected good must outweigh, must outweigh the cost of killing and destruction. The cost of killing and destruction. So the expected good means why you went for the war. What was the purpose of fighting the war? It should always be able to outweigh, means it should be in the larger, we can say, possibility, it should be in the larger interest of the people. So it should outweigh the cost of killing. It should outweigh the cost of destruction that is caused by war. Last but not the least, it was also said a war should be should be a defense against aggression. It should be a defense against aggression or an attempt to stop atrocities. So it should be an effort to stop any form of atrocity that is occurring. Yes, no first policy can also be considered. Yes, war can never be justified. That's what also we can consider Pulkit. Right. So this is his insight pertaining to just war theory. Okay, I hope all of you are understanding this bit. Then we can reflect upon Machiavelli. Machiavelli, his book, The Prince, when we are speaking of it. So this man, when we are discussing about him, this book is a very small book of do's and don'ts associated with what a freshly appointed king should do. What are the do's and don'ts that a freshly appointed king should indulge in? So his approach is teleological, whereby he discusses teleological approach, whereby he suggests that if one has to use, one has to use violence or cruelty, okay, then to maintain peace, to maintain peace and harmony, okay, then there is no harm in it. Then there is no harm in using it. There's no harm in using it. Okay. He also, wrote this work, Real Politique. And in Real Politique, he is discussing the politics based on circumstances. Okay. That the politics is based on based on circumstances rather than ideology. So it's like all great ideologies and stuff, ideals that we speak of, that is something which falls flat in the face of what is like the reality of the situation. So Nehruji was following ideology, and we can see China was following the circumstances of India and whether it is conducive to attack it or not. So that's how we became victim of China, because we were going by ideals and China was going by circumstances, right? So that's what we can consider when we are talking about Machiavelli. In example, you can definitely think of Bismarck. You can think of leaders like Napoleon. You can think of leaders like Hitler. You can think of, as I gave you, countries like China. Okay, countries like China. So when these, they decide what is needed and when it is needed, and what is not needed and when it is not needed. So accordingly they tend to like react upon it. Now you can understand, because it is teleological approach, so Gandhi will not approve of it. So you can understand that Gandhi ji did not believe in real politics, didn't believe in it. He didn't believe in real politics. Okay. But we can see Netaji believed in it. Right. So Netaji, Subhash Chandra Bose. So Netaji believed in it. He said that in order to defeat the Britishers, if I have to join Hitler, that is also not harmful. That's why he met Hitler in Germany. And as per the situation, he said that one needs to be ready to change. As per the suitability of the situation, one should be open to like take an ethical stance. Not that you take the ethical stance and then you keep working towards it even when the situation is not favorable. People guided by real politics, they will be like, we should become good or bad as per the suitability of the situation. So it is politics or diplomacy which is guiding the circumstance, and that is something which is shaping our ethical premises. Okay, so I can say ethical premises are shaped by our circumstances when we speak of it. Okay, so Machiavelli, he took a very negative connotation of human nature or mindset, just like Karl Marx had a very benevolent concept that, oh, human beings, when they are kept in equal status, equal situation, we will not need state, everyone will produce as per their might and take as per their need. So that's a very benevolent way of seeing human beings. Machiavelli had a very negative stance about human nature, the original basic human nature. He considered like that human beings are very low and ungrateful people, and they are, because low and ungrateful people, how much so ever good you do to them, okay, they will always turn back, and after gaining the benefits, a person is not going to remember it or necessarily respond to it. So it is very important for a prince or a newly elected king, okay, to keep this view in mind while, like, deciding upon the citizens, the real nature of human beings. The real nature of human beings, when a king always remember, the person will remember how to control the people, how to, like, exercise authority over the people. So only through force or army that the people can be controlled. So he said that that's why there should be a mixture of the approach of foxes and lion. He discussed that there should be a mix of the characteristics of fox and lion used by the king. Like foxes, they can avoid crabs, okay, when we are speaking of them, okay, but not wolves. And lions, they can avoid wolves but not crabs. And for a king, it is important to be free from wolves as well as crabs. Crabs are, like, we can say, problems coming from within, problems coming from like local level, like more like internal security threats. And wolves are, like, you can consider problem coming from external aggression, like that. Okay, so a lion cannot cope up with crabs, but can cope up with wolves. Fox cannot cope up with wolves, but can cope up with crabs. And a king needs the quality of both. We need to have the merger of both the qualities. Means the king should be strong and invincible, cannot be defeated by anyone. Okay, so Machiavelli, he suggested that the standards of morality should also be there, but at the same time the tendency to maintain hegemony should also be there in a, like, a king. Okay, so that's also something he said, that there should be a combined quality of, like, exercising the possibility of good and evil if and when as per needed. So it is better that, like, a leader is feared, okay, rather than loved. Now my question to all of you, okay, with respect to this insight of Machiavelli, should a leader, should a civil servant, okay, uh, if given a choice, okay, if given a choice, okay, as both can't be given, can't be given नहीं पर achieved कर देती हूँ, as both can't be achieved in a given situation. Okay, so if given a choice, um, what would be chosen by you? If given a choice, what would be chosen by you as a civil servant? Fear or love? Yes, people. What would you choose? Okay. What would you choose? To exercise the given possibility for the people. Amrit, pay attention to the question. I'm saying that both can't be achieved. There is a given situation, there is a given pressing condition that you cannot choose both. You have to choose between one. So you cannot write both. Both will not be the correct answer. You have to choose one. Same is with you, Snehlata. Okay. We cannot choose both. Just if one has to be chosen. All right. So I can see that a lot of students have chosen like love. Few people have chosen fear. Now, please understand, in pressing situations, now this is something which probably will be a breakthrough for all of you. If there is a pressing situation where you have to choose either between fear and love, there is no possibility of exercising both at the same time. You only have to choose one. Then in that situation, you have to choose fear, not love. Why? Because, you know, fear is the precursor of love. You need to understand that. Fear is the precursor of love because it is important for a civil servant sometimes to maintain fear, especially to maintain law and order. Your job is to maintain law and order. Your job is to maintain regulation. Suppose there is a like communal violence and you are trying to explain things peacefully to the people. Please do not go violent. Please act peacefully. Please exercise fraternity towards your brothers in the community. And no one is listening to you. Okay. And people are throwing bombs or they are ready to hit each other. In that situation, love is not going to act. It is like, you can see section 144 is only going to act. It is in those situations coercion and fear that is going to act. So you cannot consider that, fear cannot be a choice. In fact, for maintaining a job associated with maintenance of rule and regulation, fear can become an inevitable necessity, an unavoidable necessity. Okay. So love has a very subtle meaning. Love is something which can be there even when a mother is scolding or hitting. Okay, when we are speaking of it. So it is important for a civil servant to maintain fear in pressing situations. As I'm reminded of Tulsi Das, he also said that bhai bin ho hu na preeti. Bhai bin ho hu na preeti means love is not possible without fear. It is like love is a, we can say fear is a precursor to love. Because if your beloved one is taking you lightly, even though the person loves you but is not scared of you at all, that oh you will not mind, or oh you will not respond, or oh you will not enact, in that situation there is a fair chance that the person will take you for granted, take you for a joyride, will not really take like bother about your opinion. Okay, may surpass your authority, may surpass your, we can consider personality, your existence, may cause something which is hurting you or harming you. Okay, so there should be a tinge of fear along with love and respect. Okay, a tinge of fear that what are the lines which should never be crossed, what are the do's and don'ts which should always be taken care of. Okay, when we are talking about this given possibility, there love is a natural tendency that we possess. Okay, and when we can consider that when the conditions or circumstances of fear diminish, you can always exercise love to the demos. Okay, you can see that initially a child is scared of parents, and that's how the child learns through the fear of punishment. The child learns obedience. The child learns a lot of, remember this Lawrence Kohlberg's theory of moral development. So initially it is through fear that a child is learning, imbibing the virtuousness of morals, initially by fear, initially by like intimidation. The ideal condition, see, when we are speaking of the ideal condition is both. But if it is a pressing condition, if you have to choose, then in that situation you have to go for fear. Because what is the job? The job is of law and order. And when there is the component of law and order, then in that situation you have to come up with, like, creating, like we can say, minimizing crime. You have to reflect upon the possibility of, containing the challenge. So containing the challenge that you are exposed to, containing the challenge. And when you have to contain the challenge that you are exposed to, in that situation you cannot, treat with kindness at all times. Remember the police during COVID, what it was saying? मार के तोड़ देंगे कोना कोना, लेकिन होने नहीं देंगे कोरोना. So there was this possibility, if you can remember that, that was a very famous slogan that happened. So it was like, it was something which the police was, I mean, this kind of slogan hearing was kind of funny. But what was it motivated by? It was motivated by fear, that if you step out of your house, we will beat you down to pulp, but we will not let you get infected by COVID. Right? That is what the slogan said, that मार के तोड़ देंगे कोना कोना, होने नहीं देंगे कोरोना. That's what it implied. So through fear, through coercion, law and order was maintained. So for a civil servant, exercising, like we can say, the possibility of love at all times may not be necessary and may not be needed and may not lead to the best possible decisions also. Okay. So fear, if we are talking about it from ancient principles, because Orientalist thought, when we talk about Orientalist culture, that is entire South Asia, you will find that coercion is used as a mean for corrective behavior, for disciplining from the child to the people. It is used as a corrective action by the parent as well as the king. Okay, so that's why you can see that, when we are quoting in Manusmriti, which is quite a controversial book because of its stand towards women and caste system. But Manusmriti was also a book for governance in ancient India. It was considered as a book of code of ethics pertaining to governance. And there it is written that fear is the source of all ethical behavior. When you are fearful, you also behave ethically, correct? Okay. Even Bhishma in Mahabharata, he said that nothing happens without fear. So when we are talking about it, please remember, in personal relation, I elaborate upon it. In personal relationships, what should dominate? Love and respect. Love and respect. But when we are talking about public relation, you are exercising here a public relationship. So in public relationship, if you have to exercise a choice between love and fear, because it is public relation, you have to maintain public law and order between the public. So in that situation, you have to prioritize fear. Okay, fear, like, should reign over love to maintain the law and order. Once fear is there, love shall also get established. Okay, so once fear is there, love gets established. And beyond doubt, this is a hardcore Orientalist approach, not a Western, we can say, approach when we are talking about it and comparing it with what Machiavelli said. Machiavelli said that, politics has no relations, no relations with morals. Now, that's some extreme possibility. But because we are studying about Machiavelli, so I have to quote him, right? So that's what he said. So as per Machiavelli, there is no relationship when it comes to politics. For in politics, it's all about maintaining law and order. It is about maintaining harmony in the public. And for maintaining harmony, sometimes there is no choice. For maintaining harmony, for maintaining good governance, okay, we see that sometimes there is no choice. Okay, for maintaining these there is sometimes no choice. Sometimes there is no choice, okay, but exercise fear to instill, okay, to instill, we can consider to instill ethics in public behavior, to instill ethics in public behavior. All right. So that's something which you can connect with this given subsegment. All right. So if we have to maintain law and order, okay, if we have to maintain harmony, if we have to maintain good governance, sometimes we have no choice. We have to exercise fear to instill ethics in public behavior. All right. So that's what Machiavelli will be saying. There's no relationship between morality and politics, whereas Gandhi ji will be saying that there is no politics without ethics, and that is something which you reflected in yesterday's question and answer, which was given as a homework to read. So earlier it was considered that ideology in politics is not possible, and now it is considered that we need certain specific ideologies. We cannot do away with ideologies, like we cannot do away with ideologies if we do away with ideologies. So probably I can say present times doing away with ideologies, doing away with ideologies, because present times is not related to Machiavelli, okay. So doing away with ideologies can lead to crony capitalism, right? It can lead to criminalization of politics, criminalization of politics, right? So we need a balance. We need to understand when to exercise the ideologies, but in the process of ideologies, if it is necessary and there is an immediate demand of the situation, then one should also be open to once in a while exercise coercion to maintain law and order, harmony, and good governance, so that people are not killed, property is not damaged. So for maintaining the larger public good, some immediate coercive action, if it is correcting the situation, one should logically calculate what is the and use this violence as last resort, or coercion or instilling fear as the last resort. All right. So I've explained this to all of you and hope all of you have understood it well. So let us take a break and let us be back once again. We'll start with modern Western thinkers and philosophers. We'll start with Immanuel Kant. So let's take a break of 15 minutes. It is 8:14. So let's be back after that. Okay. So let's resume with what we had been dealing with. So we were about to start with modern philosophers and thinkers, and we were going to start with Immanuel Kant. And as we are starting with Immanuel Kant, let us reflect upon the insights related to him. Ma'am, if fear is exercised, it may undermine the values of compassion and empathy. And that's what Pulkit. You cannot exercise compassion and empathy for rioters who are like causing a riot. All right. So probably you should have been more alert when the explanation was given, right? Is just war theory against the concept of holy war like jihad. Satyam, are you even aware of what is jihad? Because you are talking about holy war like jihad. So I'm just asking, are you even aware of what real jihad is? If the fear is not the feeling, is not fearing yourself, but rather making them fear. Yes, fear is not fearing yourself. It is associated with making others fear you, so that authority is exercised, law and order is exercised, ethical governance, or we can say good governance, law and order is protected and preserved. Okay. So yes. So when jihad is fighting against one's own evil acts, when you are understanding that, Sachin, that's great. But Satyam, as you were understanding that jihad is the war for establishment of order of God. Well, what is the order of God? It's like the greatest form of jihad is fighting against your own vices. Like in Sanatanism, you can see it's fighting against Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Mad, Mats. So when we are talking about this in the similar manner, it is considered in Islam that one should get over like various form of vices that a person is exposed to. So that is like something which you can surmount and create a sense of peace in your existence. Where is the relationship? There are expectations. How can someone reduce the idea of expectation despite being in a society and be with people? Is it necessary? Yes, yes, yes. Because expectations leads to over attachment leads to all forms of deviance and crime, all forms of disappointment and problems. How about you exercise love towards all but not expect anything in return? I know that this can be tricky because that's not how society has conditioned and socialized you, Zeba, but you try it for once, like being nice but not expecting any nicety. So if some nicety is coming, you'll take it with a deep sense of gratitude, with a lot of love, with a lot of regard. And if it's not coming, it will not affect upon you, it will not impact you at all. Okay. So fear is against ethical conduct. Well, fear is against ethical conduct. um yes, to a certain extent it's true, but it can be there that fear can be generated to instill that ethical conduct when it is missing. Okay. So rather than against, it can also be there to instill. And that's the beauty of philosophy. It provides alter perspectives continually. So then you'll be Neem Karoli Baba. Well, I don't like want to endorse any Baba per se, but this is something which Sachin I will be saying, that you're only supposed to enact upon goodness, and that is the basic founding stone for, like, let's say, exercising good faith, exercising balance of existence. Majority of the times your mother has also existed like, as you have quoted Neem Karoli Baba, where she expects the minimal from family members to help them during festivals or during regular days with household chores. They just do out of sheer love and commitment towards the family members. It's only when it costs their health that they go into complaining mood, but on an average they just keep doing their work diligently day in and day out, 365 days. Okay. So we cannot consider that given possibility. Okay, that it cannot be exercised. We do have people around us who exercise that given possibility to us. Now, when we are discussing about like Immanuel Kant, so Kant, when I'm discussing about him, all of you can see he's a German philosopher. He's one of the most influential Western philosophers after Aristotle. Kant spent almost all his like life in his birthplace, that is Kaliningrad, Kolinsberg. Actually, when we are speaking of German cities, there are always, sometimes there are twin cities name kept together. So if it is written Königsberg, do not consider Königsberg is Kaliningrad. It can be Königsberg and Kaliningrad, like kept together. There can be another city with first part different, second part being Kaliningrad only. That's also possible. Okay. Anyway, he was a bachelor. He never got married. You can see that. It was his, he was so punctual, so very punctual with respect to his daily routine that housewives could time their clocks as he passed under their windows. Okay. He was also very unadventurous. So he had little interest in music or arts. That's how you can see this person, Immanuel Kant. And he had passion for logic, mathematics, and science. Okay. Kant, when we speak of how moral laws come into existence. So Kant rejected scriptures, consciousness, inner perfection of the soul, God's will, like basically the idea of conscience. Okay, so he rejected conscience as a source for, we can consider for the emergence or for the existence of, we can say, moral law. Okay, or any other external source. He is not considering external source. He considers all the moral law is coming from human reason. Whatever we believe, whatever we exercise, it is coming from human reason. So morality is not associated with divine law. Rather, it is based on reason and logic. So, man is a self legislating capacity. Man has self legislating capacity, means man has his or her own wisdom regarding what is the right thing to do and what is the wrong thing to do, what ought to be done at any given point of time. Again, with respect to this, we can connect it with deontological theory of Kant. So Kant believes in deontology, not teleology. He believes in pursuing with the right set of morals. Okay, and he's believing in following the right path rather than, we can talk about achieving the goal or achieving the path anyhow. That is not something which he is discussing about. So when we are talking about it, is believing that the motive is something which is important. So, motive to act moral, to motive to act moral is more important. And that's why we can consider he is deontological. Okay. So, consequences have nothing to do with moral duty. It is the motive that has to do with the moral duty. Means the any action is moral if it can be considered to be as a duty with reason. So when there is reason, there is motive. Okay, so there is motive, and that is how it becomes universally acceptable, because it is logical. So logical things will be universally acceptable. So deontology, it is coming from deon and then logos. Deon is duty, logos is reason. So when you are reasoning out your duty and following it, then you have a deontological approach. So like rather than focusing on consequences, he was focusing more on duties. So we can see an action leading to undesirable consequences could be moral, and an action leading to good consequences could be immoral. That's something very interesting that he said, that any action which is leading to any form of undesirable consequence, you did not aspire for that consequence, yet despite of that, you are arriving at something which happened in a right manner and it became moral per se. And there can be a possibility which you expect it to be like associated with good consequences, but it could be associated with some immoral possibility. Like you want success in murder, so you are going for a positive consequence, but the positive consequence is not necessarily guided by morality. Got it? That's what. So demolition of illegal property, so here damage is happening, here negative consequences is happening, yet it is moral, right? Because the property is illegal, so there is demolition. So demolition, so some damage is happening, there is negative consequence that's happening, but still it is moral. Why it is moral? Because the property is illegal. That's what the above sentence means. So it is undesirable consequence, but still it is moral. Similarly, good consequences. So hanging a needy person with minor crime. So you're hanging a needy person with a minor crime. So you thought that you are doing a good consequence because you are punishing a person who has done the crime, but it will be immoral. Okay, so immoral because the person could have been punished with lesser amount of crime. Okay, but it is eliminating the very possibility of crime. So he is coming up with the possibility of like we can consider like deontological approach, deontological, where you are focused more on duty, more on purpose, and then there is categorical imperative. It is categorical imperative, which like Kant's categorical imperative, which is quite popular and which needs to be understood by all of you thoroughly. So, when we are speaking of this imperative, you can see an imperative is a command like pay your taxes, stop kicking me, don't kill animals. That's what the term imperative implies. When commands are given in our lives, they are considered as imperatives. Now comes the term hypothetical imperative. Hypothetical, which is based on a tentative situation. Hypothesis, tentative statement that you derive, which you deduce from the existing reality or perspectives. So, imperatives or instructions or commands which are applying on a person based on situation. That is something that can be associated with, we can consider the component of hypothetical imperative. Okay, when we are discussing about it. So, imperative one is if you want to go to medical college, study biology in college. Okay, so here what is it? It is a condition and it is a command which is based on the situation. Okay, so if and study biology. So, this is a command and this is the situation. So, the situation, and on the basis of the situation, the command is based. If you are hungry, then go eat something. So, this is the such situation or the condition, and this is the instruction or command. And why are we considering it to be hypothetical? Because there is if, hypothetical. Okay, so a tentative possible situation when we are speaking of it. Again, when we are talking about categorical, categorical means very categorically you have said. Like for example, if I tell a student categorically that do not talk in the class, when I say this, that I have spoken this to you categorically, do not speak in the class, do not talk in the class. So do not talk in the class with your friends. Categorically means specifically, with due specificity, so it's absolute. There is no mincing of words. There is no mixing of interpretations. It's absolute. So, absolute command, which you have to obey for the sake of the command itself. You cannot defy the command. You cannot question the command. For example, don't cheat on your taxes. Don't kill people. You can see that, right? Again, along with that, you can also see categorical imperatives when we are speaking of it. You can see that categorical imperative, it is an intentional action. When we speak of it that it is an intentional action, it is rational, we can see. However, it is not always permissible. Okay, so it is an intentional action, it is rational, it is logical. However, it may not always be permissible. For example, you are intentionally refusing to return debt. So first category. Okay, which is a rational thought for you because you don't have the money or you want to personally benefiting out of that situation. But not returning the debt is not universally recommended or allowed. If you have taken the money, you have to return it. Okay. So you have to understand that it's like when we are saying don't return a debt, it cannot be considered. It cannot be considered as a morally permissible maxim. We cannot consider that not returning debt can be universally allowed or can be allowed in any situation because it is going to destroy trust. It is going to reduce commerce. It is going to impact economic progress, right? So, a rational moral agent should always be there when we are discussing about a universal law. So, it's not that it is something which is logical and it is intentional. Along with being logical and intentional, it should always be moral. Okay, so logical plus intentional plus moral. Okay, that is something which is going to create the possibility of a universal law, and that is something which is going to create a categorical imperative, right? Further, as we are discussing about it, we all can see that some moral laws can be also they can be derived from Kant's law. When we are talking about Immanuel Kant, it can be derived from Kant's law. So here we all can see that the we can say categorical imperatives he has laid down. So it can be associated with do not steal, do not injure, do not kill, do not and always be kind to others. So that is something which you can connect with. Further, other consequences of categorical imperative when we are discussing about it. So the principle of categorical imperative has led to origin of moral principles. Okay, origin of moral principles. Human beings are an end in themselves, they are the goal in themselves. Okay, that means you cannot treat like value based behavior as a higher value for the society or nation. It should be followed because it is helpful for a human being, and because it should be exercised at all times when we are speaking of it, right? How will we use it in the exam? By memorizing. Memory is the key. Okay, so that's how you are going to memorize these principles, and you are supposed to reproduce. If I quote the notes that is shared with all of you in a bullet point, Immanuel Kant, I have given you a brief insight about who he is. Then origin of moral laws has been given, deontological approach, imperative, the categorical imperative, and the certain moral laws which have to be followed, other consequences which I'm discussing, that all of it has been given in your like we can say content, which is here in the slide, even in the bullet points. Okay, so you just have to memorize this and reproduce. Again, we can see his ideas represent modern concept of human rights. Why? Because it is rational, means it is logical, it is based on larger good, because I gave you this given possibility, if you remember that. It should be rational, it should be intentional, it should be moral. So just reflect upon it. It is rational, it is intentional, consciously you should perform, and it is moral, right? So these three segments will make human rights what? It will make human rights universal. Simple. And that's how it becomes a categorical imperative. Categorical means categorically, clearly it has been laid down. It's like an absolute instruction. You cannot defy this absolute command. Means you cannot compromise with human rights in general when we speak of it. So Kantian philosophy in civil services, how you are supposed to use it. So first and foremost, a government officer is supposed to follow Kantian philosophy at all times. Why? Because it is associated with common good, the larger good, right? This is associated with common good, or we can connect it is associated with human rights. That's why we cannot do away with the Kantian philosophy. Okay. Humans are end in themselves, means they are goal in themselves. We are not doing good things for larger society, or doing good things so that the human being doesn't end up suffering. It is meant for the human beings. That's why they are end in themselves. Okay, Manoj? Now, emotions and sentiments are often, they often misguide a person because it can blur your logic. Okay, why? Because it can blur the logic. That's why it is not considered to be followed. Like emotions and sentiments may not be the only prerequisite, the only base before you take a decision. Okay, now he must follow the law as a moral duty. Okay, so law to be followed as a moral duty without giving much thought to its consequences. So this is deontological approach. You are following as a it as a moral duty. You are not questioning, or you're not reflecting this given dimension associated with, we can say, um, the consequences of the law per se. In government, you can be punished for doing any illegal or immoral act, even if it was done for larger public interest. Just because it is illegal and immoral, it makes you unbecoming of a civil servant. You broke the moral code of conduct, and because of which you will be punished, even if you say that you did it for the larger public good. still it will not be entertained as an explanation. Now, what is the criticism of Kantian philosophy? So, it is written, men are not to be judged on the basis of principles alone. Along with that, they are answerable to consequences. So, principles plus consequences is required to judge people when we are judging them. Again, a lot of evil can be done in the name of moral principles as it is proposed. In the name of public good or in the name of larger good of the people, someone can exercise a lot of, we can say, harm or lie or possibility of, like, exploiting individuals. Like, for example, we can consider Hitler. When he was eliminating the Jews, he was talking about ethnic cleansing, he was talking about restoring peace and order, he was talking about doing away with evil types of crimes performed by Jews. So he was talking about some moral principle on the basis of which he was trying to create a better society. All those people who go for ethnic cleansing of the population, they also speak of moral principles, ideals that they speak of achieving before the masses. So that's something which you can connect with. Again, a lie may be good if it is saving the life of someone. Again, we can consider that it is difficult to be moral when we are seeing that others are not obeying the moral laws. So that can also be problematic when society is undergoing a dilemma, or when society is undergoing the transition, or when society is undergoing questioning the moral law and amending it. Then there will be a brief time phase when people will not be obeying it. And in that situation, you cannot get into the fixation or the debate that why a specific moral law is not, like, achieved or enacted upon at all times. So morals can't be conceived in a platonic world and implemented in a society without bothering about results. So moral laws has to be associated with results. You have to focus on the results and then aspire to achieve the moral law. That's how you're supposed to give. The counter view associated with Kantian philosophy is that morals are not absolute. They are code of conduct and they are associated with group survival. So they can be open to change and amendment. They can vary, okay, as per the nature and circumstance of the group. Okay, and every idea can have its own negation or its own opposite. We are supposed to reflect upon the opposite to create a more complex whole of that idea. So there is an underlying component of identity of opposites, means anything that we believe can have an alter perspective. We need to blend both the perspectives and create a synthesis and then believe it. That is what is expected. Okay, so the growth of an idea is more like an evolution cycle, like a living organism. So there will be an idea, like let us say this is an idea, then there will be a counter idea, then after the counter idea there will be a blended idea. So the blended idea is associated with the counter idea plus idea being mixed together. So this is like counter idea plus idea. There'll be a blended idea. Okay. So this is thesis, this is antithesis, and this is synthesis. All right. So synthesis is the blended idea, antithesis is the counter idea, and the original idea is thesis. So it is suggesting that no idea is complete in itself. It can have a, like, counter perspective within itself. Okay. Like for example, if I'm saying capitalism, so capitalism is great. No, capitalism can have its own problems. It can have, like, problems pertaining to labor laws, rights of the people, encouraging hyper consumerism. It can damage the value systems of a society. There'll be a lot of antithesis. So a blended possibility of synthesis will come, that how far we should go for consumerism, beyond what point we should indulge in saving the money, reinvesting in other places, or most importantly, exercise compassion and help others who are unable to catch up. So exercise, we can say, sharing. So that can also be considered when we are talking of this given possibility, right? So then we step into another thinker, Thomas Hobbes. Hobbes, if I'm speaking of him, he is from 1588 to, we can say, 1679. Now, as I'm reflecting upon Thomas Hobbes, just a second, yeah. So when I'm speaking of Thomas Hobbes, we all can understand that he lived quite some time. You can see 1588 to like 1679, almost like 90 years. You can see of the 17th century history. So he is associated with new science. He is an enthusiast of new science, and he is also like affected by the effects of religion and civil war. Religion and civil war. And then this very possibility helped him to formulate a unique approach, a unique approach to both ethics and science of politics. Ethics and science of politics. Okay, ethics and science of politics. Again, further we can see that, his main ground, if we are talking about Thomas Hobbes, so his main ground is in philosophy. Main ground is in philosophy, and it is associated with materialism, believing that everything happens, everything happens is a result of physical world, physical world. Okay. And the previous philosophers who thought or who spoke about the idea of soul, he did not believe in soul. He said there's nothing like soul. Okay. So he believed that the concept of good and, we can say, evil is associated with human ideas of good and aversion. Okay. So human desire to be good or human desire to averse from goodness, which is creating all the evil in this world. He also discussed about the philosophy of values. He discussed what kind of philosophies are needed to maintain the values, and he said that how values are necessary for as an act for self preservation and self protection when we discuss about it. Okay. So when we are discussing about this given possibility in 1651, almost like in his midlife, when we are discussing about him, Thomas Hobbes, he published Leviathan. Okay, so like Leviathan, LEV hoga, Leviathan. Okay, he published Leviathan, and that was associated with his physicalist outlook. Physicalist outlook means looking at the physicality of the situation, the material aspect of the situation, and it is also associated with the value of social contract for a peaceful society. Value of social contract for a peaceful society. Okay, so this is what he said. So Hobbes, you can see, he explained that, if an individual is living within the society and continually living with his or her own self interest, and continues to live like that, in that situation, when you are only guided by self interest, it can lead to hurt, and hurt can lead to a state of war when we are speaking of this given sub segment. Again, you can further see that he says that that's why it is very important for people to live under certain boundaries or certain foundations. They should not like cross specific lines. Crossing those specific lines can disturb the tranquility. It can disturb the, we can say, the status of peace existing in a society. Okay, so that's something which all of you can connect with when we are talking about Thomas Hobbes. So probably in keywords, if I discuss, then he is saying that everyone serves their own interest. It can lead to hurt and, we can say, a state of war, and a state of war. It can lead to hurt and a state of war. If certain bounds, if certain bounds um, are no, if is a condition, I'll just put certain bounds needs to be followed. Certain bounds needs to be followed to maintain peace. To maintain peace. All right. So that's what. Oh, to maintain peace. Again, we can see that he considered that members of the society, all members of the society, they willfully transfer and unconditionally transfer. Okay, so they unconditionally transfer all of their sovereign power or ability, we can consider. So, all of their ability and will to defend themselves to a sovereign power. And to a, when I'm saying a sovereign power, the sovereign power is common for all. Okay, so to a sovereign power. So, everyone is transferring, like, of their entire strength to a sovereign power under a form of social contract, under a form of social contract. And that is how, like, the sovereign power becomes responsible, and it is the sovereign power who is supposed to mediate in all situation of disputes, confusions which is occurring between communities and people. And that is how peace is maintained at external and internal level, because everyone will stand for that sovereign power and defend that sovereign power. Okay, and is the sovereign power which is going to look into conditions of injustice, conditions whereby punishment needs to be levied. Okay, and that is how a society operates. If a society feels that the sovereign power is violating the power, if the sovereign power is, like, not being responsible enough, they are open to even replace the sovereign power with another sovereign power to rule it. So society is not rigidified with only one pattern of sovereign power when we speak of it. All right. Again, further, when we are reflecting upon it, you can see Jean-Jacques Rousseau, that is, like, he also had written on the, like, we can say, social contract. And when we are speaking of Rousseau, like how Rousseau has built our reality, how he has also shaped our world, we can also connect with a lot of insights which Rousseau has come up with. So I have just given you this insight, which is given before all of you, which you can read. So Rousseau had given the discourse on science and arts, and he claimed that society has become, like, such that there is no emphasis that is put on virtue and morality. We are not discussing about virtue or morality. The discourse on the origin of inequality, when we read about it in history, we can see it is associated with, again, as one of you correctly pointed it out, that it is also associated with the specious social contract which is even existing today. And this social contract is something which is, like, helping us or shaping us to be there. So social contract is not free from criticisms. In fact, we can see that Rousseau, in his one of his chapters, he says, he echoes the claim of his work, that man was born free and everywhere he is in chains. And why is the person in chains? The person is in chains because of the social contracts which are imposed upon the individual. And that's why we can consider that social contracts are not free from criticism. And unlike the two discourses that he had made, like the discourse on origin of inequality, you can see, right, and the discourse on science and arts, when we speak of it. So when we are saying, the unlike first two, what are the first two? So here I can make 2 stars, you can see. First one is discourse of science and art, second is discourse of origin of inequality. Okay, and in these two discourses we can see what Rousseau is talking about. He is talking about social contract, and he is saying that social contract is associated with looking forward and exploring the potential and moving ahead further. So as we are exploring the potential, there is a possibility of arriving at the like specious social contract with to a legitimate social contract when we are speaking of it. Discourse means when there is a formal discussion going on, Akhilesh. Like, get more accustomed to these terms is what probably I can advise you when we are talking about it, right? So, when we are like reflecting upon these given terms and terminologies, and as all of, I believe, all of you are getting this insight, you all need to like reflect upon certain segments, what he is talking about. So, with respect to this, when we are reflecting upon what he is discussing in his concept of general will, okay, so in that we all can probably like incorporate a lot of insights and wisdom. So Rousseau, who is also talking about the possibility of reflecting what is virtue, what is morality, what is correct, what is incorrect, what we need to follow at all given times, when we are talking about it, he is saying that he is talking about initially, as you can see, he is talking about from specious social contract we need to move to a legitimate social contract. Specious, you understand, I hope, it is something which is incorrect. It looks correct but it is incorrect. So rather than like, there has been a specious social contract to accept slavery. In earlier times slavery was accepted and it was a social contract that one human being will enslave the other one. But was it logical? Was it rational? Was it human? No. So that is what he is saying, that we need to move ahead from specious social contract to a legitimate social contract, that something that is logical, something that is meaningful. So Rousseau, we can see he is arguing that we have to follow the general will. Okay, and when we have to follow the general will, we would be looking into the possibility for individual diversity and individual freedom. And as we are reflecting upon individual diversity and freedom, we all need to understand that specious is same as anxious. No, 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 specious is not anxious. Specious is something which is like, looking like fine, logical, but actually it is illogical. Looking something which is correct but it is actually incorrect. Okay, so like fake, you understand, no? Fake. So something like that, a fake social contract. Fake means, but here fake word will not be correct. So it will be like it is looking like logical, correct, ethical, but it is not. In depth, it is not the correct form of the social contract which ought to be there in the society. All right, Pulkit. Now, so as we are discussing about like we can say Rousseau, we can also connect with like the insights that he is coming up with. So he is saying, but at the same time he is saying, what is general will? So general will is associated with the well-being of the whole society. Okay, and rather than and in that situation few individuals or communities may come under conflict. Few individuals or communities may experience the friction or rigor. Okay, so there can be a particular interest whereby an individual is experiencing the rigor. So this tension has led to some to claim Rousseau's political thought. And what is Rousseau's political thought? It is hopelessly inconsistent. And when I say that it is hopelessly inconsistent, because like he's talking about the well-being, he's talking about the social contract, but at the same time he is saying that we can always identify a better version of what is existing, a more logical version, a more humane version of what is existing on the basis of the general will or the common will. So he tried to, we can see that other thinkers also tried to resolve the tension and find a middle ground between the two positions. So despite these difficulties, what do we see? That Rousseau has like the component of general will as discussed by Rousseau. What is it? So first he is discussing that general will is directly tied to sovereignty. And when I say it's directly tied to sovereignty means like whoever is holding the power, that person will exercise the general will? No, that does not mean so. When we are talking about sovereignty, it is associated with the possibility of, we can consider, power to be morally legitimate. So this is the first aspect, that general will, when we speak of it, general will is the power to be morally legitimate. So true sovereignty is always coming from public good. So when we are talking about something morally legitimate, it is associated with public good in general, and that is what general will is all about. And when we are talking about general will, it is something which is getting connected to, we can say, infallibility, something which cannot go wrong. Okay, so it is associated with infallibility to benefit the people at all times. And second, we can connect it with the object of general will is always abstract. Okay, it is always associated with the possibility of abstract, means what is correct may not always be like in clear terms. So when we are speaking of it, we can associate it with set of rules, social classes, or even monarchical government, whatever it is. But when we are talking about the component of general will, it is associated with keeping the idea of general will by keeping, speaking of the larger society as a whole. Okay, so doesn't matter which form of government, but it is keeping the larger society in consideration. Though it's not that general will cannot be criticized, it's not infallible, it can be criticized. And what is the benchmark? So we can see it's given over here, that whenever we are talking about the component of general will, to understand Rousseau's concept, when we are talking about it, it can be associated with the principles of equality and freedom for the citizen. So that's another thing which can be connected with the general will, that it is focusing at all times on the principles of equality and freedom for all citizens. There is also proper intervention by the, we can say, sovereign, to secure the freedom and equality of its citizens. Okay, so intervention to secure freedom and equality. And last but not the least, there is a balance between supreme authority of the state and the rights of individuals. So this delicate balance is something which can also be helping us to understand the nature of social contract and how general will is unfolding before all of us. Okay, so that is what you can connect with Rousseau. That's first concept. So first concept of, when we are speaking of Rousseau, is associated with the concept of general will. Okay, so where is the keyword? Yeah, so when we are speaking of this given possibility of Rousseau, so this term general will, it is qualifying as one aspect of the question. Second, his opinion is related to education. So Rousseau with respect to education. Yeah, this Emile, or on education. This is his next concept. So Emile is rooted in the notion that human beings are good. Human beings are good by nature. Okay, when we are speaking of Emile, that is written by him and that is related to on education, his concepts, his theories related to education. So he said the goal of education should be to cultivate our natural tendencies. And when any person is properly educated, the person will be connected to his or her fellow citizens in a very natural way, engaged with their concerns in a natural way. He also says it in two forms, which is two forms of self love. One is amor propre and another is amor dei soi. Amor dei soi is a natural form of self love. Soi itself is related to self. So amor is love. Amor dei soi means self love. So when you are not depending on others to love you, to take care of you, and that is also essential. And when we are talking about amor propre, we can consider it is associated with okay, so first, amor de soy. I hope it's clear to all of you. Amor de soy and amor propre. So, amor de soy, when we are talking about it, it is associated with self love. He is claiming that our nature in general, our human nature, is to have a sense of feeling of love towards ourselves. An unconditional sense of self care and love is there, which is always there, because of which we indulge in self preservation or interest. Okay, whereas just the opposite is amor propre. Amor propre is an unnatural self love, which is, we can consider it is relational, means it implies that when human beings view themselves in comparison with others, and with amor propre, a human being would scarcely be able to move beyond the pure state of nature. And he's saying that there will be a discourse on inequality because of it. Because if a person is not able to move beyond oneself, that is going to cause inequality, because you do not believe in the concept of freedom or equality. So it becomes challenging. Okay, so in that given situation, so amor propre, or we can say love of nature, that is something which should encourage human freedom as a virtue in you. And amor propre is also, like we can say, extremely dangerous, because it is easy to corrupt it, it is easy to impact it. So Rousseau is also discussing the challenges or the dangers which a person can suffer from inflamed amor propre, in which how corruption can come into exercise, which impacts the human nature with vices, which impacts the human nature with different forms of miseries. Okay, where a person is only glorifying self worth and looking down upon others. Okay, so looking down upon others, exercising superiority over others, and that is something which is not developed in the pure state of nature. Okay, so amor propre, if in simple language we say, it is still a fundamental part of nature, where we have a tendency to have a sense of superiority, to coerce upon others, to instruct, or to create a possibility to like assert our identity over others, whereby we consider that we are better than the rest, we are better than the others. That's something which we can connect. Therefore, the goal of Emile's natural education, when we are speaking of it, it is associated with saving ourselves from going corrupted in any form of self love. So this is, don't get over obsessed of yourself, don't consider yourself above others, but at the same time self care is also essential. So a balance between the two is what he is discussing in his philosophy of education. So his philosophy of education is not only associated with techniques to best ensure that how pupil will be able to absorb information and concept. Okay, it is more than that. Okay, more than that. And what is it associated with? So it is more associated with self discovery. It is like associated with identifying who we are, what kind of possibilities we possess. So more than that. So it is associated with ensuring what is our true strength, what is our healthy sense of self worth or morality. Okay, so that is something which will allow us to be virtuous. Okay, it is something which will allow us to be like unnatural and imperfect in a society. So when we are speaking of this, that is something which can like create the possibility of balance. So we need to like create a balance between self love as well as not harming the society or not looking down upon others in society, exercising love in a natural precision, in an effortless precision, which is expanding from self to the society, taking care of others. And that is the core fundamental pertaining to education. Education is not mere skills or some technical expertise, it is more than that. It is associated with self care, self love, as well as care for others. And when we are caring for others out of self love, we don't have self obsession and we don't underestimate others. That's something which all of you can connect with. Okay. So, pupil here refers to as, pupil is another word for student. All right, Sakib. Pupil is yet another word for student. Okay, thank you, SME, for continually supporting me. Please just keep up with the good work. Now, John Locke, when we are speaking of John Locke, so please understand there is no end to thinkers when we speak of them. All I can advise is that, keep reading more, keep getting introduced. You can follow the, we can say, the IIT Madras lectures on thinkers, IIT Madras lectures on philosophers. You can listen to that. You can also listen to CEC lectures. These are university websites, that's why I'm suggesting. Okay, so CEC lectures also you can find. NPTDDL is also a government initiative which is under IGNU. So that also can be followed, related to like lectures of, we can say, academicians, professors from different universities. So John Locke, when we are speaking of him, we all can connect John Locke. So he is like from 1632, okay, to 1704. This is what is John Locke's time. And he is one of the most important or influential philosophers of modern period. Okay, so he wrote, when I'm speaking of his work, that is two treatises, two treatises of the government. Okay, so two treatises of the government, and in which he defended the claim that men are by nature free. He said no. Okay, so he defended that men are not free. Oh, एक second, उल्टा मैं कह रही हूँ. He is defending, no. So defending, that means it will be free, because I have to take care of the words. He defended that men are, we can consider, um, men are free by nature and equal, and equal. Okay, against the claims, those claims which said that, against the claims that God has made, God has made all people naturally subject to monarchy. He said, no, it's not like that. Okay. So, against, mind the word against, the claims that God has made all people naturally subject to a monarchy. He doesn't believe in this idea that we are not by birth like subject to a monarchy. Okay. He argued that people have right to life, liberty, and property. Life, liberty, and property. Okay. And when we are discussing about people have right to life, liberty, and property, this is like he considered as the, like we can say, foundation of independence of laws. Foundation of independent independent laws. Okay, so it is foundation of independent laws when we are speaking of it. All right. Again, at the same time, Locke, when we are discussing about him, so Locke considered that, Locke considered that men are naturally free, as I said. So men are naturally free and equal as a part of, as a part of, we can consider the justification, as a part of the justification for understanding, for understanding legitimate political governance, legitimate political governance. So, how is legitimate political governance coming into action? It is coming into action because there are people who are naturally free, equal, and they are electing the government to power. That's why it is a legitimate political governance that is unfolding before all of us. Okay. Justification for understanding legitimate political governance. Okay. And this is a result of social contract. This is a result of social contract where people in the state of nature, means in their natural state, in the state of nature, conditionally transfer some of their rights. What is the condition? If the government goes wrong, they can take back the power and change the government. Okay. So conditionally transfer some of their rights, some of their rights to the government, to the government, in order to, conditional star transfer is there. Why? The aspiration is in order to ensure, we can consider, in order to ensure what? In order to ensure a stable, comfortable, enjoyable life, a stable, like let's say comfortable, enjoyable life, enjoyable life, or rather life is very open ended. Let me give detail to what he had said. So stable, comfortable, enjoyable word नहीं use करेंगे, यहाँ पर कहेंगे stable, comfortable and enjoyment of, let me make it like this, stable, comfortable and enjoyment of their property. Okay, there we can consider their property, liberty and life. So their property, liberty and life. Okay. So their property, liberty and life. This is what he is suggesting. Because the governments, they are existing because of the consent of people, the approval of people. Because governments are protecting their rights, governments are protecting their property, governments are protecting their, we can say, existence. It is the government which is facilitating the ease of existence. And Locke also said that we have to understand the importance of the rights of people, because if tomorrow the governments go wrong, people have the right to go for a revolution and overthrow the government. People have the right to replace the old government with the new government. Okay, so people do have that specific right, whereby they can go ahead for any, we can say, possibility of majoritarian rule, a principal rule, whereby legislature and executive is experiencing separation of power, and with separation of power we can consider the rights are getting exercised. So probably I can also discuss that he also advocated separation of power, separation of power, and separation of power between whom? Executive and legislature. So he's talking about this as well, advocated separation of power. Simultaneously, he is also talking about people's right to life, liberty and property. So that's also something which you can connect. It is people who are determining a legitimate political government. People's support is taken away, the government shall collapse, and that is possible through a, we can say, right to revolution. People have the right to revolution. People have the right to, we can say, go against any form of coercive order, whether the coercive order is of a church or it is of an autocratic leader. The people have the right to, go ahead for opposing any form of such coercion. All right, I hope all of you are understanding that. Yes, he upheld the individual rights. That's what is about John Locke when we are speaking of him. So please go through the bullet notes which is provided related to philosophers and thinkers. And as you understand this basic concept of what has been discussed here as well as in the bullet notes, then please read Subbarao related to philosophers and thinkers to establish some more profound details related to the philosophers and thinkers. That's what we can connect with. All right, the idea of free will goes against the Copernicus idea of low desire of non-materialism. Can be considered, yes. So separation of power is given by Montesquieu. Yes, it is discussed by Montesquieu as well later. All right. So go through this. If you want to know more about philosophers and thinkers, please mind it. I have marked it with a separate color over here. You can follow IIT Madras lectures and CEC lectures. They are by the university, we can say professors. So you can please follow them as well. If you get stuck up with any philosopher or leader, in fact, IIT professors will speak for 1.5 or 2 hours on one philosopher. So with great luxury, you can know a philosopher very thoroughly if you are really interested. Okay. So you have the access to this given material as well. So tomorrow we will start with the next component, which is associated with governance, compared like with respect to corporate governance and probity in governance and accountability and transparency, and we can say transparency in international funds. So like governance which is required with respect to that as well, we'll be reflecting upon that. Can we use those lectures of philosophy optional subject? You can listen to those sessions also, Jai Narayan. They also will be helpful, because after all, in the philosophy lectures, if someone is discussing about a philosopher per se in a limited span of time, then that overview is sufficient for GS. That is also fine. Okay. Yes, the CEC lectures are there on YouTube. You will have to talk about CEC lectures and then talk about the thinker who you want to listen to. So put the name of the thinker. Do not write philosophy lectures. That is too vague. Write the name of thinker you want to inquire about, you want to listen more about. All right. So this is how your journey ought to be taken forward. We will continue with this discussion again tomorrow. So let us meet again tomorrow with a next chapter, a new chapter associated with it. Is it helpful for PSIR? In PSIR, the concerns are political, Vishal. Over here in ethics, the concerns are ethical and philosophical. It is associated with what is right and what is wrong, what ought to be there. All right. So this is it. Thank you, all of you. Have a great day. Meet you once again tomorrow.